Hello? Hello? Okay.
Can't hear you.
Shall be speaking French. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AAS meeting for 2021. Thank you very much for joining us today for the AFNOG Day. My name is Magali Sedji, and I'm very, very glad to be your host for this session for the AFNOG Day. We are going to try and make sure that this session goes smoothly. So I'm going to have a look with you at the different features of our platform today. So the Meetico platform, and we're going to have a look at several rules that have to be respected during the Q&R. So we will start with the 8 icons on the top of the screen that are orange. You have the first icon, which is presentation view. That makes it possible for you to have a look at who speaks. So you can see the speaker and you can see the presentation also in parallel to that. Then you have the second icon called gallery, where you can see several speakers at once. And then the third icon is called agenda and makes it possible for you to have a look directly at the agenda of the AAS 21 event, which is also on our website, internetsummit.africa.org. The fourth icon is called side room, where we have at the disposal of our delegates a virtual booth. So you can connect to this link in order to have a face-to-face with the AFRINIC team. Other icons include the platform tour, by which you can have a look at the different features of Meetico. Then there's the notification icon. You also have the settings icon. So that's if you want to change some settings from an audio or video perspective, and you can also connect to that option in order to manage slides. That will help speakers to save their PDF for the presentation. And then finally, the last icon is leave the room. I will, of course, ask you to not leave the room until the end of the session. On the left side of your screen, you can see your name and your role. Underneath that, you have the microphone icon. During the Q&A session, if you want to ask a question, please just click on the microphone icon in order to be put in the waiting room, and you can also write down your question in the Q&A part. It's another icon that we'll see in a minute. Of course, when you type your question, it must have to do with the current session and presentation. Please do not forget to mention who you are and who you work for. And when the questions are answered, the moderator will read out your question to the speaker so that they may answer. As for speakers, you have 4 icons under your name. They are only visible for you and other speakers. There's the enter slide queue icon. So if you've already saved your PDF through the setting icon, so you can click on enter slide queue and then ask the moderator to allow you to broadcast your files as a PDF. I mean, your PDF files. You also have the share screen icon if you want to just share your screen. And you have the send video icon if you want yourself to be seen during your presentation. We will now move on to the 4 icons underneath that. So you have the poll icon. You also have the stenography icon, which makes it possible for you to follow the transcription of the session in direct simultaneously. So you can use the chat icon as well. If you have any technical issues or connection problems, you can use that chat icon. And the Afrinic team will do their best to answer as soon as possible and to solve that problem for you. You can also send us a WhatsApp message at the following number. So that's +230 5922 3899 +230 59 22 38 99. We also have an email address for you, which is AIS 2021 -support @meetico.com. The last icon is the participant list, participant view, where you can have a look at who's there, what participants are participating. Let's have a look now at the bottom of your screen. So you have a choice between English or French. The first flag will give you access to the English interpretation, and the second flag will make it possible for you to listen to the French version. You can choose the language that you feel most at ease in, and as much as possible, please do stick to one channel, because moving from one channel to another, from one language to another, you may lose 2 to 3 seconds. As for the Q&A, if you wish to ask a question, please do so as far as possible in the language which you have chosen to listen to. So still at the bottom of the screen, on the very right-hand corner, you will see audio control. Audio control will make it possible for you to adjust the volume. If you should have a problem with the sound, please press the icon that will restart the audio. So I'd like to remind you that this session is being recorded. We are currently live streaming on Facebook and streaming on YouTube as well, in English and in French both. We would be, of course, delighted to know what countries you come from. Do not hesitate to take pictures. Do not hesitate to post them on social networks with the hashtag AIS 2021. I would also like to remind you that a virtual cocktail will be held tomorrow starting at 13:20 UTC. So you can go to the facial chat platform and there's a link to it on the agenda. Without further ado, I will leave the floor to the moderator for this session, Dr. Nii Quaynor, who's the convener of AFNOG. Hello, Dr. Nii.
Thank you very much. Welcome to AFNOG 2021. We thank you for accepting our invitation to convene. I'm Nii Quaynor. The meeting is hereby convened, and I'll be your moderator for session 1. AFNOG, success. Normally, when we said AFNOG, we responded with a thunderous success in our call to techno-liberate Africa. But I cannot hear you, and we all understand why. This is the AFNOG technical session, AFNOG Day. We have a very rich and fast-paced program and depend on our moderators and speakers to start and finish their session at time. Thanks for that. Bear in mind, some of our guests are at different and sometimes ungodly local hours. The first item on the agenda is welcome statement from the coordinator of AFNOG, Ms. Nancy Doche. Madam Nancy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Doc. Stakeholders, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of African Network Cocktails Group, AFNOG, we welcome you all to the second virtual AIS AFNOG conference. AFNOG aims at building a community of engineers, helping each other to operate internet in Africa and to the global internet. The internet is gaining a stronger foothold in Africa, thanks to the technical collaboration and educational programs established through AFNOG. Once again, the raging COVID-19 pandemic necessitated holding our annual AIS event online for the second year running. We are, however, pleased that this offered opportunity for many more people worldwide to connect online, to interact, network, and share best practices without having to travel. Unlike 2020, when we could only hold AFNOG virtual conference, we have made progress and have run 5 of our workshop tracks and tutorials online as a pre-conference event. The pre-event included advanced routing techniques, network monitoring and management, scalable internet services, Internet of Things, blockchain technology, and we had very good participation. We understand that to write a 1,000-page book is difficult, but to write a 1-page summary is harder. We therefore commend our track leaders for having the courage to try to take a predominantly hands-on training to 40 hours to 4 hours online with demonstrations and remote access to labs. Thank you all for volunteering. Our AFNOG conference today will be 4 hours, and it will cover goodwill message from ISOC, discussions on the internet with the Chief Internet Evangelist Vince Cerf, presentations, technical sessions, blockchain governance, the future of AFNOG, and also Q&A sessions. We are most grateful to AIS 21 virtual local host, ISPA DRC, and the government of DRC. Our sponsors, we thank you sincerely, and they are namely the Internet Society, ICANN, Africa, Flex Optics, MTEL Business, DNS Africa, and our partners, the AFTA institutions, and many more for their support. It is our hope that this conference will open new learning opportunities and equip us with the requisite knowledge to actively participate in AFNOG activities and to share knowledge locally. It's been 22 years of internet technology capacity building, and despite our modest successes, the need for more technical skills on internet in Africa still remains high. And AFNOG is committed to addressing this by training engineers for network operators, ISPs, and enterprises. As usual, we would like to hear from you about your experience with the virtual AFNOG conference. This will help us serve the technical community better. We wish you all fruitful deliberations and hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate what you do for our community, holding us together to impart technical know-how, even during the pandemic. We appreciate. The next item on agenda is a message from Internet Society. It is a pleasure and respect that I introduce the Regional Vice President of Internet Society, Dr. David Bekele, to give his message. Please, you have our audience and take the rest of the time.
Thank you very much, Nii. Dear Prof. Nii Quaynor, convener of AFNOG, dear Nancy Dotsi, AFNOG coordinator, our host, the government of DRC, distinguished friends and participants of the African and global internet community, greetings from Addis Ababa. It's a great pleasure and privilege to say a few words to this community that has a special place for me. Fate has made it that we cannot meet face-to-face for the second year in a row, but I do hope that our grand gathering will be back next year. It's been more than a year that we are living in the first, and I hope the only, pandemic of our lifetime. What a sad year. More than 170 million people contracted COVID-19, amongst which 3.5 million lost their lives. COVID-19 also changed our way of life, maybe in a lasting manner. In the last year, many countries around the world, and many in Africa, had months of complete lockdowns and all kinds of movement restrictions. But the internet saved us from an even darker year. Almost everywhere in the world, businesses, banks, government services, and education moved online at previously unknown rate. People started to work and study remotely and access vital public services such as health information online. We could even have our African Internet Summit online in spite of the impossibility of traveling. One good side effect of COVID-19 on our continent is that it is as if suddenly many Africans started to appreciate opportunities provided by digital technologies. However, sadly, there are many more Africans that do not enjoy connectivity than those that have access to the internet, since only 1 in 3 African is an internet user compared to 1 in 2 for the rest of the world. What is even more worrying is that the trend shows that the growth rate was slowing down, at least until 2019, which is the latest reliable number. But I do hope that with many activities moving online during the pandemic, governments, regulators, operators, and other stakeholders realize that internet connectivity is essential in people's lives and do more to connect the remaining unconnected people. At Internet Society, we are trying to do our part by proposing complementary solutions that we call community networks to connect communities that are often left out, since connecting them is not commercially viable for traditional operators. Community networks are networks built by the community, for the community, and operated by community itself. The Internet Society has been a strong supporter of community networks for over a decade. We work with people and partners from places as different as the mountain hills in Greece, a village in Zimbabwe, or neighborhoods in New York City, so that they are empowered to build, manage, and use their own networks. We do this through trainings, promoting funding and partnerships to help with deployments and advocating for policies that make more community networks possible. In addition to bringing the internet to more people, we also work on making it better. In particular, for more than a decade, we have been supporting the development and deployment of internet exchange points infrastructure. In 2020, we supported IXPs with technical expertise, training, and equipment in 12 African countries. On this occasion, I would like to thank our organizational members, such as Afrinic, that support a lot of the work that we do, like, for example, the community-driven peering series dedicated to bringing faster and more affordable internet to Africa. One area where we are relatively newcomers, but where we have done considerable work in the last year and a half is in measuring the internet. We started this project since we realized that we, as well as other stakeholders of the internet development sphere, are often working in the dark since we don't have enough data to tell us whether what we do is taking the internet in the right direction. To bridge this gap, ISOC is building Internet Society Pulse, a site which consolidates trusted third-party internet measurement data from various sources in a single platform. We use the data to examine internet trends and tell data-driven stories so that everyone, everywhere, can understand the health, availability, and evolution of the internet. I encourage everyone who is interested in internet evolution to use, analyze, and share the data presented on Internet Society Pulse in their work and research. In Africa, with our partner Afrinic, we focus on internet resilience, since we realize that there are many issues in this area and not enough data. One other area that we are passionate about is the trustworthiness of the internet. Unless we trust it, we can't use it for most of the applications that have become critical for our lives today. I don't need to tell this audience that probably the most important tool to make our communication secure and trustworthy is end-to-end encryption. Effective encryption is key to secure online communication for everything, from financial transactions to healthcare. It is a foundational component upon which a trustworthy internet is built. However, encryption is currently under threat. Some governments and organizations are pushing to weaken encryption with the objective to fight crime. But we strongly believe that weakening encryption would go against their objective and not only undermine efforts to prevent crime, but also create a dangerous precedent that compromises the personal security of billions of people and the national security of countries around the world. That's why, at the Internet Society, our work on encryption focuses on promoting and defending the use of encryption around the world. Another important area for security is routing security. As most of you know, the routing system was not designed to independently verify the route claims of individual networks, making it a relatively easy target for bad actors. New tools and practices have since been developed to make routing secure, but as all IETF standards, they are voluntary and not all operators implement them, putting all of us at risk. Manners, or mutually agreed norms for routing security, addresses this problem by establishing a security baseline of concrete actions for network operators. We need you, the African Internet community, to promote manners so that we make the internet more secure. Last but not least, a fundamental threat for the internet is an attack on its model. We all love the internet because it is open and global, in addition to being secure and trustworthy. We take it for granted, but it's not sure that these properties will be maintained for future generations, since there are people who believe in a different model. To maintain the internet that we love, we need to recognize what makes it unique and protect it. That's why the Internet Society has created the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit. The toolkit is a regulatory assessment tool to help policymakers technologists and internet users analyze how decisions and trends could impact the architecture of the internet. It defines the critical properties that underpin the internet's success and helps us ensure our actions allow the internet to reach its full potential and bring connectivity, innovation, and empowerment to everyone. Finally, last year was the first year for the implementation of our 5-year strategic plan, which goals are to work towards an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy internet for everyone. As our 2020 impact shows, we are making progress toward achieving our goals. It describes the actions made to improving online trust and security and improve internet access for individuals and communities around the continent during this unique year. I would like to invite you to read that impact report, since it is also your impact, since our community is central to our work. Finally, I would like to welcome everyone to this virtual African Internet Summit. I'm sure there will be interesting discussions that I will encourage everyone to attend. Thank you very much for listening. I wish us all a successful African Internet Summit.
Thank you very much for a very clear and strong message. We thank Internet Society for the various initiatives and for the support for AFNOG throughout the decades. We do appreciate the contribution of Internet Society to the ecosystem in Africa and globally, and we do indeed appreciate the efforts being made for end-to-end encryption. But we think we still need more to build even better trust, and we should be looking towards trustless trust types of things as well, which all depend on the same cryptographic things. In particular, I share the concern that the open system may be experiencing some incursions, and we do need to tighten up our own methods within to make it even more open so that we can guarantee the future for our next generation. Okay, so with that, we come to close of the first session. I think we are due for a break. We were on time, and I would like all of you to, in some sense, congratulate yourself. But we'll break and we'll come back at 9:30 for session 2. I think that's moderated by Isabel Odida. Thank you very much. We'll take a break to 9:30.
Merci Dr Ni et aux intervenants. Donc, nous avons un break de 5 minutes.
Dr. Ni and other speakers, we will have a 5-minute break indeed. So, during the break, there is a quiz that you can answer. You can connect to Kahoot in order to participate. The winner will get a surprise. There's a prize. So I will now leave the floor to Gerardo for the quiz.
Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome everybody to the first Africa Internet Summit 2021 Kahoot. My name is Gerardo Vivieres and I am your quizmaster. We are broadcasting today from my very own birthday party.
It's time to party.
Now, let's have fun and maybe learn something new. I will tell you how to play this game. So you have to go to kahoot.it and log in with the game pin number that you see there, 7686853. This is going to allow you to log in with your email address. This is something we need to be able to find you so we can give you your prize. And in case you didn't know what the prize is, we have a little secret. It's something similar to a Netflix voucher, they said. Ow! Yeah. In any case, take your time to fill in the email address so that we can find you back again when we're finished with the quiz. But if you haven't ever played this game, well, let me tell you how this goes. I'm going to show you a question, and there's going to be 4 possible answers with most of them. We have trick questions around here so that you guys have a little challenge.
Who was that?
That was me. In any case, what you have to do is answer as quickly as possible the right answer. So you can be really quick, just press any random button. And then, yeah, you might get the right answer. The best thing is you answer the question the fastest, and if you also have the right answer. So let me tell you once again, we're going to have about 10 questions. Every question has about 20 seconds. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you? So 10 seconds. 20 seconds, sorry, 10 questions, 20 seconds, and you have to get the right one the fastest. The person who has the right answer the fastest gets the most points. So at the end of the 10 questions, we're going to see who has the most points, and that will be our #1 winner. So I see that we have 21 people, 22 people signing up. 25, they keep coming in. In any case, remember the game pin is 7686853, and I think we have to start right away. So let's do this. Go. So the first question is coming up, and this is day #1. 3, 2, 1, go. What does AFNOG stand for? What do these letters AFNOG stand for? Is it Africa's Next Opera Group? Is it African Network Operators Group? Is it Africa's Network Operation Group? Or is it African Networking Organization Group? Wake up, smell the cappuccino. Which of these 4 is it? And the right answer is, boom, African Network Operators Group. Well done. Let's check the scoreboard now. Yeah! Player 7 at the front, Marcus, LU, H, Susie, and K. On to our next question. And this is a multi-select. That means that you can have multiple correct answers. Which of the following are characteristics of an AS number? Is it that it uses an interior gateway protocol IGP for intra-domain routing? It uses an exterior gateway protocol for inter-domain routing. I'm getting tongue twisted here. Is it a collection of network prefixes under the same administration, or is it uses an exterior gateway protocol? And that was the wrong one.
Can we get started?
People got the wrong one. On to the next. So, player 7 took 1 fall. Hello, world. Coming to the front, Susie, player 7, Marcus, Lou, and H. On to our next question. Let's see. What is the maximum IPv4 prefix size that Afrinic can delegate to a member? Is it /16? Is it /24? Is it /22? Or is it more than you can imagine? So one of these 4 is the right answer. You probably know that it is...
Are you crazy?
Not yet. But it is a /22. That is the correct one. So that is the maximum IPv4 prefix size that Afrinic can delegate to a member.
Yeah,
let's go on to the scoreboard. We see K at the top. Hello world, D, Ambrish, and Musa. On to our next question. So IPv4 uses a blank bit address space. You have to type here your answer. It can be a number and it can be words as well. So try with one of these 2. And while I speed up, I can tell you that it has to be a really easy number because IPv4 uses what bit address space? One of these address spaces. And the answer is, well, we got multiple answers and we see that only 15 got it right. Nobody said 32. The rest typed in 32. Well done. And let's go on to our next question. But first, let's check the scoreboard. D taking the lead, Kay, Hello World, Amrish, and Ron. Question number 5. Again, multiple select. A root origin authorization object holds which of the following information? Which of these 4 things are inside a ROA? Is it a digital signature? Is it a declaration of who owns the IPs? Is it the AS number of the AS authorized to originate the IP prefix? Or is it an IPv4 IPv6 prefix with a fixed prefix length? And the right answer is these 3. A ROA contains a digital signature, it contains the AS number of the AS authorized to originate the IP prefix, and it contains an IPv4 or IPv6 prefix with a fixed prefix length. Nobody owns IP addresses because they're numbers. Scoreboard says K at the front, Ron, translation, Musa, and Marcus Liu. On to our next question. How long is an IPv6 address? Is it as long as River Nile? Is it 8 bytes? Is it 16 bytes? Or is it 4 bytes? So, as long as the River Nile, is it 8 bytes? Is it 16 bytes? Or is it 4 bytes? Remember how much a byte is?
Whatever.
No, a byte is, 4 bits or 8 bits. Anyways, it's 128 bits, also equal to 16 bytes. Okay, Key still at the front, Ron, translation, Marcus Liu, and Henok. On to the next question. So, what is the main reason for why IPv6 was created? Is it to improve network security, stop the use of NAT because IPv4 is boring, or resolve IPv4 address depletion? Which one of these?
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Is it improve network security, stop the use of NAT because IPv4 is boring, or resolve IPv4 address depletion? And the right answer, the only answer, is resolve IPv4 address depletion. The scoreboard says Key still at the front, Ron coming in with the burn, and Marcus Liu, D, Hello World. On to question number 8. You have only 3 more chances to take over. What does AFRINIC stand for? Is it African Network Information Center? Is it African Network Information Corporation? Is it African Network Information Community? Or is it African Networking Information Commission? One of these 4. If you don't know the right answer, just press randomly any color. That's perfectly fine because you will be able to find out the right answer. That's right. It's not a laughing question, actually. So, AFRINIC stands for African Network Information Center. Now you know it. Scoreboard says Key at the front, Ron, Marcus Liu, D, and Amrish. You still have 2 more questions to take the lead, everybody. The following islands on the Indian Ocean are part of AFRINIC service region, except one. Is it Isla Réunion? Is it Madagascar? Is it Maldives? Or the island not visible on the map? So, one of these 4 is it? If you don't know, press any color and you will get the answer anyway.
Why not?
Exactly, why not? And the right answer is the island not visible on the map. You probably had to look at your map to see which one is not part, or actually is part of the AFRINIC service region, except that one. So the scoreboard says Keys still at the front. Ron, Marcus Liu, D, and Amrish. That was a tricky question, wasn't it?
Are you crazy?
Yeah, I'm almost there. Last question. What protocol is used between an RPKI validator and an RIR trust anchor? Is it RTR? Is it LLDP? Is it RRDP? Or is it BGP? So one of these 4 protocols sits between the RPKI validator and the RIR anchor trust. I wonder if you know which one it is. And the right one is RRDP. That is the protocol that sits between the validator and the RIR trust anchor. And let's check our final scoreboard. We'll see. Place number 3, we have Marcus Liu. Place number 2, we have Ron. And place number 1, Key. Very well, everybody. This has been your first Kahoot quiz at the African Internet Summit. Thank you everyone for playing. We hope you had a good time. We'll be back again for another quiz on Wednesday. Stay safe and enjoy the Africa Internet Summit. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Gerardo, for the quiz, and congrats for the winner, Isabelle Odida. Now I'll give the floor to you. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon from Kampala. My name is Isabelle Odida, and I am an instructor for AFNOG. I will be moderating this next session where Dr. Philip Smith will be taking us through a presentation on global BGP for routing policy and security. Philip spent some of his time working for the Network Startup Resource Center, which is NSRC, as a senior network engineer and training coordinator, assisting with the network operators group coordination and providing network design assistance and training around the Pacific, South and Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. Philip, you're welcome. Before you go, I apologize. If you do have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A. It's the question mark on the panel that has the list of participants, and I will keep checking them. And after Philip's presentation, I will read them out for him to answer. Thank you so much, and welcome, Philip.
Let me do the screen share thing.
Okay. So for screen share, it's on your left, above, right below your name. There is a monitor, then there is a camera. Found it?
And this should be it. There we go.
Yes. Right.
Good. So all the practicing seemed to have worked out. So hope you can all hear me okay. It's very good to be back to the African Internet Summit, even though we're all sitting here online. I'd much rather be visiting you all in person, but in a way, given the current global situation, I think this is a pretty good alternative. So yes, I'm trying to follow the quiz with something a little bit more serious, and it was good to see some of the quiz questions actually coming up with some of the content I'm going to be talking about. So I want to have a look at, as Isabella said, just some aspects of routing policy and security globally. So just looking at some of the best practices. And Dawit, in his welcoming remarks, talked about the industry initiative called MANNERS, the mutually agreed norms for routing security, which I've put on the screen here as a summary, basically filtering eBGP sessions so that we prevent propagation of incorrect routing information, blocking traffic with spoofed source addresses, communication between network operators, and That's not just picking up the telephone and talking to another operator, but it's public information, for example, in the peering database, route objects, AS objects, and NOC contact details. And finally, the validation of routing information. And it's the last one that I want to spend more time on for this presentation. The first three, well, we've been doing for 20, 25 years for a lot of them. So the validation of routing information is probably one of the more important ones that is getting a lot of focus right now. So we're going to look at RPKI and the route origin authorization, which is basically a digital signature indicating the origin AS of an announced route. It's well established globally. This has been around for probably at least 7, 8, 9, 10 years, depending where you want to start counting. It's widely deployed these days. Certainly a lot of work in the last 2 years to get RPKI deployed widely across the internet. And more operators are signing ROAs every week. A typical ROA would look something like this. I'm not going to spend time looking at the mechanics of this. Each of the 5 regional internet registries has a mechanism for network operators to get the ROAs signed through the member portals. I'm going to look at this more from operational side. So a ROA would look something like I've shown on the screen. A prefix, a maximum subnet size, and which autonomous system is going to originate that prefix. An important thing to remember is that there can be more than one ROA per address block, which allows the operator to originate prefixes from more than one autonomous system. And that allows us to change or make changes in routing policy or prefix origin, just for operational needs. Where can you see ROAs? They're not these mysterious things that are hiding somewhere away on the internet. There are many places you can go and look. And one place you can look is RouteViews. RouteViews has been running since, mid-90s, and for many years, routers that you can simply log into, look at the state of the BGP table, and really check the connectivity of your network as viewed from many different places all around the world. There's more about RouteViews on the URL there, but recently, during last year, RouteViews added the capability of looking at the RPKI table. So you can jump onto the router. This is just the standard RouteViews, the Cisco router sitting at the University of Oregon in the US. And you can see both the V4 RPKI table and the V6 RPKI table with the simple commands highlighted in red there. So this was a snapshot I took a few days ago when I was finalizing these slides. You can also find them on Hurricane Electric's BGP page, the well-known bgp.he.net. And if you can pick an autonomous system, and the ones that you see there with the padlock, the green padlock, means that they have signed the ROA for this particular prefix. To find out how global deployment has gone, the RIPE-NCC has a useful page, certification stats, which shows various statistics that are shown in the graph here. So this shows you all the way back to 2011 about the uptake in how many operators have signed ROAs. So this shows really in the last year or last 18 months, the big uptake that we have seen in many parts of the world. Yellow is the RIPE-NCC. Europe has been probably at the forefront of getting ROAs signed, but in the last year, we've seen a big increase in folks getting ROAs signed in the ARIN and APNIC regions. We can look at the number of ROAs, we can look at the amount of IPv4 address space that's covered in ROAs. So again, we see big increase in ARIN's service region. We look at the V6 address space. Not a lot happening in V6 with getting ROAs signed. Europe, it goes onwards and upwards. The rest of the world, apart from a very recent uptick in ARIN region, not a lot really happening. Not quite sure why about that, but anyway, it's good to see upwards in both V4 and V6. So as I was saying, we're focusing on RPKI. So the next piece I want to look at is what's known as route origin validation, where the network operator checks if a ROR exists for the entry in the BGP table. If there's a valid entry, we allow the prefix. If it's an invalid, we drop it. If it's not found, well, these days folks are allowing it, but they're probably giving it a lower preference over a valid entry. So this is really the three states that we have with origin validation. And there are lots of operators deploying RPKI and ROV. I haven't tried to produce an exhaustive list here. These are just some of the operators just in my wandering around the internet, seeing what people are doing, seeing who's doing validation and so forth. It's not just the transit providers like Telia or NTT. It's also content providers, internet exchange points, research and education networks, and many access providers as well. So a lot of people are kind of quite afraid about going to deploy this. They think if they turn on validation, half the internet's going to disappear. Well, you don't have to just turn it on and just suddenly the world's a wonderful place for you. You can be a little bit cautious, take some careful steps just to see what's going on. First off, sign RORs for originated address space. That has no negative operational impact. And add it to your standard operating procedure. People forget that second step. They originate it and then go to sleep and then forget. And when the changes to announcements happen, they end up with having invalids roaming around the internet. Add it to your standard operating procedure. If you're going to originate the prefix into the global table, sign it. And then things are simple. The next thing you can do then is observe what's going on. So deploy a validator cache. I'll look at that in a minute. Have your eBGP speaking routers talk with the cache, but don't implement any policy. Just be aware if you're using Cisco IOS or IOS XE, policy is implemented by default and you've got to actually turn it off. Have a look and see what the invalids are. Do they affect you or your customers? If your customers are causing invalids, work with your customers to fix those. Once you're happy with operations and you know it's not going to cause any issue, you're comfortable with how the validator cache is working, go for full deployment. It's a good idea to deploy redundant caches. If one goes away, you still want to be able to do validation. And implement ROV, drop invalids on all the eBGP speaking routers. Where do you see the invalid routes? Again, you can go to RouteViews. If you don't have your own cache and you don't have that feeding your own router, you can go to RouteViews. Here's an example, RouteViews 3, again at the University of Oregon. Show IPBGP route map invalid. That's already been set up, so you can find all the invalids currently in the global table. There are lots of best practices for creating RORs. It is really important not to create RORs for unannounced subnets. In the early days of doing this, people got very excited and they created RORs for not only their address block, but every single subnet down to the smallest possible one. So /32 for V4 and 128 for V6. The problem with this is you can end up with a validated hijack. Here's one I've put on the screen, a current RPKI ROR. Network 1.34/15, it's signed from 15 all the way to /24, but this is the only prefix in the BGP table. There are no subnets of 1.34/15, at least not in my view. So it means that an attacker can use AS3462, they just set up that on their router, originate any subnet of that /15, and they will be able to hijack that service to that address block. And I've drawn a picture about how this might actually work. And you know, this is entirely feasible. So it's really important to make sure you never create ROAs for prefixes or subnets that are not announced to the internet. Back to what I said earlier about putting it in your standard operational practice. Only sign what you originate. There's also something called disavowal of routing origination. AS0 has been set aside so you can sign a ROA, a prefix with AS0 to indicate to the global internet that this prefix should never ever appear in the global system. Because if you're checking if they're valid or not, and there's AS0, well, if they're announced by another AS, they're going to be invalid. So what would we use this for? Could be internal use of a prefix that should not appear in the global BGP table. Internet exchange point LAN is probably a very obvious one, which should never appear in the global table. Perhaps private address space, non-global unicast space for V6, unassigned address space, which is under discussion within the various regional internet registry policy fora, and V4 and V6 address resources, which should not appear in the global table. So these are possibilities. And for information, I'm sure several of you know, APNIC has now published its AS0 TAL, which is separate from the regular one. And I've shown some examples on the slide here of showing some prefixes that appear in the table today with AS0 as the origin AS ROA. There are many more than this. Of course, they can't fit onto this screen or even many screens, but I'm just giving you some idea of AS0 use today. What about implementations? For many years, it was, my vendor doesn't support, can't do it. These days, I mean, this is probably not an exhaustive list, but certainly the last time I was looking at implementations, all these vendors have RPKI implementations. They will support route origin validation, some better than others, and I'll leave the details for you to research by yourself. But certainly a lot of the mainstream ones that are in use today. What about validator caches? Well, the three most popular ones in order are NLNet Labs Routernator. It's probably the most widely used one today. LACNIC, NIC Mexico have a Fort validator, and then Cloudflare have their Octo RPKI. The nice thing with these three validators, they're all available as Debian Ubuntu.deb packages. So it's just an apt install, done. Much easier than even 2 years ago when we were compiling these up from scratch and trying to find libraries to make them work and so forth. Notice that the RIPE-MCC validator is being discontinued as from the 1st of July. So any of you who are already using it, you might want to start looking for an alternative. There probably are other validator caches, but these are the most widely used ones today. So for design advice really is, I would deploy at least 2 validator caches. Geographically diverse, some folks are deploying 2 different implementations, really for software independence, in case one implementation has a bad day. Configure the validator to listen on both V4 and V6, and configure the routers to have both V4 and V6 connections as well. And of course, usual thing about securing the validator, so only your eBGP speaking routers have access to it. To deploy inside an autonomous system, eBGP speaking routers talk with the validator. Supporting ROV means you drop the invalids as they arrive from the network, and that's it. iBGP speaking routers do not need to talk with a validator because only the valid and not found prefixes are going to be distributed. The validation table is separate from the BGP table and it's not distributed from router to router. There is a capability of doing this if you want to with extended BGP communities, but that's making things way more complicated than they need to be. And I'd rather that you try and keep things simple and deploy on eBGP speaking routers only. If you're have a default route in your network, there's still some value in implementing ROV. Invalid routes are not in the internal table. You rely instead on default to the upstream provider who's also going to do this. So summary of this, AS operators really should consider, must consider deploying, so getting your row assigned and dropping invalids. It's an important step to securing the routing system, the global routing system. It's a step, it's not the end goal. We have a lot more work to do, but this will at least let us start the path to securing the global routing system. Once we have origin validation in place globally, opportunities for malicious or accidental misoriginating are considerably reduced. I'm going to show you a couple of slides from the NIST RPKI monitor, which is really useful, informative site to have a look at. If you want to read more about RPKI, there are many FAQs there. I've used the NLNet Labs one for quite a few years now when referring people to how this is all working. So here's some pictures from NIST. This is the version 2 of it. And so the first graph is really showing on their BGP feed the number of not founds versus the valids versus the invalids. So about 962,000 prefix origin pairs they see. So the 25 autonomous systems with the most BGP originated prefix is valid. So the most valid is right there at the top of the list. TTNet AS 47331. Amazon Next, and if you look very, very carefully, you'll see there's a tiny little yellow. So there must be a prefix or few that are still listed as not found. And so on we go through the list. Viasat, TTNet, other AS, Telefonica in Peru, Bezeq in Israel, and then we carry on down the list. So those are the top 25 with the most BGP originated valid prefixes. The next one shows with the most invalid. The first one's kind of interesting because I do my own routing analysis of the BGP system and have done since 1999, and I do not see AS23456. That's a configuration mistake because that's the transition autonomous system from the old 16-bit AS numbers to the current 32 bits. So somebody somewhere is obviously using AS23456 to originate stuff. And I would be very suspicious of anything coming from there. And you can see the large number of invalids. Quite rightly so. Comcast, large number of invalids also. Vodafone in India. And again, down the list, the number of invalids we're seeing from these places. Now, any operator who's dropping invalids will not see these prefixes. So all these operators have no connectivity through networks or to networks that are dropping invalids. I wonder if they realize, I wonder if they even know that this is what's happening. What's the other one I've got? Okay, the 25 autonomous systems with the most address space valid. So Comcast at the top, then Microsoft. Microsoft is all green, as are Amazon, all green. So pretty much everything there is that they have as being marked as valid. And again, the top 25. So you can keep an eye on the NIST monitor. It's quite an interesting page as they improve. There's a lot more than I just showed you here. You can, various menus and graphs and so on that you can have a look and see what the status is. If you want to know a lot more about some of the fundamentals and how to configure a lot of this, NSRC has video-based education at learn.nsrc.org. It's not meant to be an advert for NSRC. It's meant to be showing you the resources online available if you want to learn more than you can in this 20 minutes quick presentation from me. You can find more about routing security, RPKI, as well as a whole lot of other topics as well. Acknowledgements, we have to thank the National Science Foundation for promoting good routing security via the International Research Network Connections Program. and the work of the NSRC. And of course, the Internet Society. We are partnering with Internet Society in the global efforts towards improving routing security. And that is all I have. Happy to take any questions if there's still time to do that.
Thank you, Philip. Are there any questions? Okay, they're just acknowledgements and thank yous. There's a thank you from Pinda Wong saying, thanks, Philip, great RPKI talk. Had to distill this in the time that you had. Pretty clear.
Yes, 20 minutes is a bit of a challenge, but I hope that everybody listening managed to get something out of it. Feel free to get in touch with me offline if you have any questions or any clarifications are needed.
Right. So if any more questions at the moment, Philip is open to questions after this. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you, Philip. It's good seeing you after a very long time.
Hello.
And have a good AFNOG day.
Hello.
Thank you, Isabella.
Hello.
Oh, yes, there's a question. Yeah, yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. No, I think we can't let Philip go like that. I think we need to push at least the question. So Philip, go. This is Alain speaking. Good presentations, and yeah, I want to know your thought about, I'm sure you knew at the beginning when we were doing this RPKI, and still now there are some discussions. This is just a waste of time. It's going nowhere. This is based on the PKI, and the PKI take you nowhere, etc. So how do you now see from that day to now the adoption rate we are seeing in terms of the AS signing the ROAM? So what do you think have been the motivations for this kind of adoptions? Because it was not obvious from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 years ago, Alain, I was kind of wondering if this was actually going to go anywhere because the uptake was really, really slow. But, I think there's been a bit of focus. The Mozilla Foundation funded a project in South Asia to drive RPKI adoption there, and that's, a colleague, Mohammed Abdul Awal, drove that one all last year, 2019 and last year, with, quite an amazing success in that, he contacted every single operator almost through the whole of South Asia trying to make a difference. And I think it's individual efforts like that that is actually making some kind of difference. People will wring their hands at the latest DOS attack or the latest hijack and so on, and then when they realize that, oh well, if I actually signed some ROAs and I paid attention to the invalids out there and I actually did ROV, it actually might make a bit of a difference. And I think once people have understood it, in amongst very, very busy lives, dealing with the pandemic last year and now is taking a lot of people's time as well. And so trying to get all that fitted in, it's been challenging. So it's actually the last 18 months, I think, has been quite incredible. Just, looking at even some of the NIST graphs, how they've just gone upwards, it gives me a lot of hope that we're, finally, going to make a big difference globally for this.
I think that was amazing. Okay, so there's a thank you here also from Logan Madden and says, thank you, Philip. There's a point about invalid certificates.
Philip, can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's more of a comment. There are some operators who are worried about the possibility of losing traffic from invalid prefixes, and some operators are concerned that we shouldn't drop invalid prefixes by default. I'd just like to comment that Telia did well, and there were not that much issue on their side when Telia decided to drop invalid prefixes by default. Thank you again.
And that's why I think the observing part is actually very important. Just plunging straight in and doing validation. I mean, I've helped networks probably 6-7 years ago who just dived straight in to do validation, and you know, there were connectivity issues and so forth. People didn't understand what was going on. So it's actually very important to hook your routers up to a validator, but don't discard anything until you get a good understanding about what some of the issues might be. So certainly spending a bit of time and observing would, you know, it's a very sensible move.
Okay. Philip, there is a question here from Pindar. He says, any advice, WRT, best common practice on key rotation? Also, Honlu Musa says he can't access the link. The RPKI monitor -V2.
So what's happened with, so I'll go to the link first. What's happened there is I updated the slides this morning. The link worked 2 days ago. So I think NIST, they've removed the -V2. So if you just do rpki-monitor.antd.nist.gov, it works fine. They must have changed it because it was a pilot of the V2 monitor, which they published as, hey, this is the new monitor. And they seem to have changed the URL back to what the previous one was. Yes, that's it. Let's just be posted in the chat. With Pinder, with key rotation isn't applicable to here. At least anything like that happens way behind the scenes. From an operator's point of view, just signing a ROR, you sign the ROR. That's it, it's done.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much for time. I'd like to say thank you so much. And if you'd like to contact Philip, he's available. I think he's still going to be around for the rest of the day, so you can easily access if you need any more information. I think I'll now hand over to Magali.
Very much, Isabel. Thank you very much, Philip Smith, as well, for that wonderful presentation about RPKI. I will now welcome the next moderator for the following session, Portia Raponda.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and good morning to those that are joining from earlier times, that are still early within their day. I would just like to welcome everybody again and thank you for the last session. So today I will be introducing Israel Bioni Neo. He is the Communications and Outreach Manager for Africa within the Internet Society. Israel has been involved with quite a few things. He has experience working in telcos as well as nonprofits and has served as a journalist in Africa. Israel Neo, I'll be handing over to you in a bit. I'd just like to invite everybody to please remember to send your questions in the Q&A section of this platform. And please feel free to post your questions at any time. I will read them after Israel has done presenting his talk. Over to you, Israel.
Everyone, and welcome to this important discussion. As she rightly said, I'm Israel Bioni, and I work for the Internet Society. This discussion today is about how we can build open and globally connected internet in difficult times. And so let's dive right in and begin the discussion. We all know, as previous speakers mentioned, COVID-19 had a great impact on Africa. Businesses, work, and entertainment moved online, as David rightly mentioned. This led to an unprecedented surge in global internet use. The Africa Internet Exchange Point Association reported an increase from 1,000 Gbps in January to 1,500 gigabytes per second in December. This led to an unprecedented boom in e-commerce. We saw the African Union announcing that it is going to create its digital transformation strategy, promising to create a digital common market. We equally, together with the African Union Commission and the Internet Telecommunications Union, we organized a series of discussions on Africa's internet resilience to keep networks up and running. These discussions explored solutions ranging from spectrum strategies to complementary access models and fiber optic backbone infrastructure. During these discussions, we were constantly reminded that just 1 in 3 Africans can access the internet. And with Africa's internet economy projected to provide roughly $180 million by 2025, we're forced to ask, how can we bring the internet to the unconnected? How can we ensure that everyone is involved? At the Internet Society, our vision is that the internet is for everyone. We work towards reaching that vision by building and promoting and defending a bigger and stronger internet. We want to make the internet stronger, we want to grow the internet, and we want to work with people, a collaborative effort with communities and individuals who are passionate about the internet to ensure that this happens. At the start of 2020, the Internet Society reaffirmed its goals for an internet that is open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. In the service of these goals, as David mentioned, we committed our plan and informed it with preferences from our membership. As you can see in this graph, these are what our members prefer. These are the greatest preference, starting with the community networks, infrastructure and community development, internet way of networking, measuring the internet, encryption, routing, security, and preserving the open internet. And these are areas where we have formed projects around. And let me just take you through how we try to do this. Under the Growing the Internet wing of the Internet Society, we have 3 projects, mainly the Community Networks Project, the Infrastructure and Community Development Project, and the Measuring the Internet Project. So in 2017, under the Community Networks Project, we ran a survey in 2016-2017, which revealed that there were 37 community networks in the continent. Maybe that number is even less because we work with communities that are very remote and very hard to reach. And given the COVID-19 situation, it is now becoming very, very difficult for community networks to get constant support and to be up and running as they used to be in normal times. Let me just take you through a couple of examples of community networks we work with. in COVID times, we're proud to, on the 14th of May, launch the Morambinda Community Network. This community network is found in the Buhera district, located some 100 kilometers from the nearest large city in Zimbabwe. We support these community networks with technical support, supporting them with the necessary tools they need to build their infrastructure and to ensure that they can make the best use of the internet. The next is the Zanzaleni community networks in South Africa. We provided them through a COVID-19 funding, a special COVID-19 funding we set up in 2020. We provided them with this fund to install Wi-Fi hotspots in local hospitals, improving access to information and healthcare. The same thing was done with the Fanswam community network, the oldest community network in Africa, to help students, but also help workers get access to internet and fight the pandemic. And the last two are the Tunapanda community network in Kenya. And in 2020, it was another year that the community network received the funding to respond to the local network and connect more people, more specifically students. Then in Uganda, we work with Bosco Uganda, a local non-profit that was created in 2007 to improve connectivity in Uganda. And still, we provided them with this support. We are also promoting community networks via our trainings or our events, and we work with local partners. One of the critical events that we've been supporting since last year is the virtual summit on community networks in Africa, where we bring different community networks and interest groups to discuss and share best practices and tools on how to really build community networks in this unprecedented time. The next project I want to talk about is the infrastructure and community development project. In Africa, what we do is with this project is that we work with communities that build the internet, and we try to develop your skills by providing technical support. As David mentioned in his speech, last year we worked with 12 internet exchange points to support them to keep their internet exchange points running. Internet exchange points are quite important for connectivity in the continent. They help to reduce latency and ensure that more people can get the internet where they can. They also have to reduce costs and improve on the experience we have. And so we do this. We provide them this technical support, but we equally build their capacity. We work with network operator groups, like the people within this group now, and national research and education networks, where we offer them access to our online and self-moderated courses. In 2020, one of our partners in this domain, the Kenya National Research and Education Network, used the course to train young engineers, but equally to train Kenya medical training colleges and technical and vocational training institutions who played a major role during the pandemic. Our efforts are equally, our efforts in training sometimes are complemented by our knowledge sharing efforts. And knowledge sharing happens during regional, national, and international forums. We have our famous Peering and Interconnection Forum, Africa Peering and Interconnection Forum, that we've been supporting for years and years. over a decade of that, but during the pandemic we couldn't hold it last year, and so we reimagined ourselves and created a virtual peering series where we bring in experts from Africa, but equally from across the globe, to share experience and expertise on how to build internet exchange points. Discussions from around there inspired internet exchange points, gave them opportunities to connect with each other. And since last year, we've been trying to see how we can support regional peering forums. We started with we supported the Central Africa Peering Forum, and we equally went beyond that to national peering forums. In December 2020, we supported the DRC, the first peering forum happening in a country, which we were supporting the DRC Peering Forum. The next thing we do is the measuring the internet. And so we all know that a trustworthy internet is important for the health of the internet, but equally for what we do. But without data, you can't really solidify what you do. So in 2020, we launched this platform called Pulse. It is a platform that helps us to curate data from trusted sources and to gain deeper insights around the internet. It helps us know whether these efforts we're doing are really, really important. The Pulse platform is available for everyone, including network operator groups, researchers, journalists, and civil society groups. Even you here can participate in helping us collect this data that will help us improve on how we serve the internet. Our work in the region includes tracking internet shutdowns. Shutdowns this year happened in Congo-Brazzaville, Niger, Uganda. In 2020, there was in Cameroon, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Guinea, Sudan, and Algeria. Quite a number of shutdowns happening in Africa. We equally, in Africa, we have this small project called the Measuring the Internet Resilience in Africa project, MIRA project. You can have an overview through the Pulse platform. And through that project, we are measuring internet use in a number of countries. We have ports installed already in Cameroon, Kenya, Rwanda, and Mauritius. Internet Society chapters in Benin, Ethiopia, Madagascar, and Tunisia also help us to collect this data. Hopefully, we can publish it sometime soon, but equally, hopefully, you can help us collect more data that we can share. This data will be available for everyone, and we'll announce this, we'll publish, once we announce it, we'll ensure that everyone knows what is there. The next item is strengthening the internet. Under the strengthening the internet wing, we focus on encryption, internet way of networking, open standards everywhere, mutually agreed norms for routing security, and time security. So what do we do with the internet way of networking? We all know that the internet way of networking is important. We consider that our actions could harm the internet. We risk breaking the underlying foundations that makes it work. So we advocate for the internet way of networking by promoting a strong, a resilient, and a place for opportunities. We provide a network of networks. We train others about critical properties of the internet way of networking, and we promote the use of our impact assessment toolkit, which we launched it helps policymakers understand how they can better the internet within their countries. Internet encryption. The internet is under threat, as we all heard in the morning, and I believe encryption is a way to undermine the threat and keep the internet safer and keep it trustworthy. So we try to in this year we're trying to address these threats by mitigating, by working with. We try to mitigate government attacks on encryption. We try to increase the adoption of end-to-end encryption. We're rallying more people behind the Global Encryption Coalition we launched last year. I will not talk more about this point because the last speaker and David mentioned more about it. The securing global internet routing through the MANAS approach. I'm not going to talk about it very much because the last speaker has expanded more on what we do. But just to give you some highlights on what we do, some of the programs that we run in there. This is the Network Operators Program, which will interest you. And what we do here is we do filtering, anti-spoofing, coordination, and global validation. And we try to prevent the propagation of incorrect routing information, preventing traffic with spoofed source IP addresses, facilitate global operational communication and coordination between networks, facilitate validation of routing information on a global scale. The next is the MANAS ISP program. This was launched in 2018, and we have a number of actions, about 5. The first 2 are mandatory, but the rest are not. The actions to prevent the propagation of incorrect routing information, promote MANAS through IXP membership, protect peering platform, facilitate global operational communication and coordination, provide monitoring and debugging tools to members. Since to ensure that we save time, I'm just going to move to the next thing we do, which is preserving an open internet model. Open standards are critical for development of the internet, and so we try to promote open standards by taking a proactive approach to the world of telecommunications standardization assembly. We advocate for greater openness, transparency, and collaboration. We get our key messages out to communities and partners, and so we like to empower people to take action by building their capacity. Because of the interest of time, I'm just gonna stop here and see if there are questions to answer. But I will leave my presentation to the moderator. If you need questions, please, if you have questions, just ask, or you can go through it.
Thank you so much, Israel. That was quite interesting. And yes, we do have some questions. We've got a question from Dr. Nee, and he says, what kind of response initiative can we have to shutdowns, which is becoming prevalent in the region, about 6 in a year?
Yeah, the internet shutdown is something we are monitoring quite closely. What we do at the moment is advocating for solutions that will not lead to the punishment of the many. And so we work with governments to ensure that the internet is secure, that they cannot shut it down for for purposes of just purposes that do not benefit the majority. So we try to present them the importance of having the internet up and running, and we try to show them the side of businesses that can fall if the internet is shut down. We try to show them how the economy can benefit from that. And so advocacy to me is a very important way of ensuring that the internet stays up and that government do not shut it down. Obviously, they will obviously shout about the national security issues, but bear with me if you present the side of the business and the side of what people gain from a national and a global perspective, then there are governments that would listen to you. But it is alarming for Africa, I would say, as an African who lives in a country where the internet was shut down. Without the internet, I can't be talking to you right now. It's quite critical for health and for everything we do. So the governments, more and more, what we saw in the last year coming to this, is that governments are giving more, they're putting more attention to the internet. They're seeing it as a space where they can tap more, get more taxes, get more revenue, and so they are treating it more seriously than before.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. This is Alain again, and thank you for this presentation. I want to just build on what Professor Nee said and your answer, and take you to in the slide. You're saying that you are working to mitigate. You are working to mitigate government trying to force people to use weak encryptions. And my question is, do you really understand the issue government are having with the encryptions? Because we're talking about we just spoke about shutdown. Okay, so government they decide to shut down for some reason, and one of the new things going on is that we want to promote strong encryptions, and we see government is looking to weaken this. So government has some concern there. So how can we address this concern? And also that this encryption things is not only does not constitute a threat only for government. It also is a threat or issue for network management. So if you are running network, okay, you have these kind of issues. You no longer know what is going on, and it makes it difficult to apply some of the policies. Okay, so in short.
Hi, Ellen. Thanks.
Yes.
Please let's wrap it up. We are out of time. Please just wrap it up so that we can give Israel a chance to answer.
Yeah, exactly. So in short, do we understand the issue government are having with encryptions, and how do we help them, okay, to not have more shutdown? Thank you.
You will bear with me that, Dr. Alain, you bear with me that all of us are trying to understand the issues government are having with encryption, and you're right that with encryption there are many opportunities, but equally that there is a view that people have around it. So my thinking is that, this is from my own perspective, my thinking is that we need to work with governments more, collaborate with them more, explain to them that the encryption is there to support them, because one of the reasons why governments advance the encryption issue is that they want to ensure that there is national security, that the security breaches are stopped. And so if it's a concern for every national government, including the US government, including the Chinese government. So we need to explain to them that this is something that is going to help them. If encryption is there, there's more trust in the internet, there's more trust in the approach, and so we can't afford not to have something that is not bringing trust to the internet. So that's the only argument I'm bringing from a personal perspective.
Okay, we've got 2 more questions which I'll ask, and if you could please just give a brief answer, and then the rest, and then we can wrap up the session. I've got a question from Loganaden, and they said, speaking of myself from Somalia, Somalia has now adopted a solution called NetSweeper, which decrypts internet traffic. How can we help countries like Somalia?
Well, I think if it is a government approach, we just need to work with the national government. Governments have sovereignty over their population, and the government is voted by the people, and the people decide on what they want to have. And so it's just negotiate with the government to ensure that these approach is they understand what they're doing and help them to adopt what is better.
Okay, last question from Dr. Adebowale. He says, do you have a comparison ratio of internet shutdown compared to other countries?
Yeah, that is why we have created this PERS platform to collect data to ensure that we can analyze. This analysis can help us know what is happening in Africa in comparison to Asia and Latin America. Our hope is that once we collect the data, we can publish it and all of us can draw lessons from it.
Okay, thank you so much, Israel. It has been quite an interesting session, an interactive one as well. So thank you to everybody that has posted their questions. Thank you to everyone again for participating, and I will hand over back to Magali.
Thank you all, and thank you.
So thank you, Portia, thank you, Israel, and thank you to the participants. And now I would like to welcome the President of the African Council. So while we are waiting for him to get connected, we are live on Facebook and YouTube in French and English, and that this session is recorded. Good morning, Mr. Minister, and I give you the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this AFNOG session. I would like to welcome Mr. Jody Van Wyk, who is the head Telecom Infra Project Africa. He's going to give a presentation on shared, open, and disaggregated networks for fast-track digital inclusion. So welcome, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me today on the AFNOG Day. Quite excited, and as we have seen, we will talk today about shared, open, and disaggregated networks to fast-track digital inclusion. So a little bit just about myself for those audience that I have not had the privilege to work with. So I head up the Telecom Infra Project initiative on behalf of Facebook for Africa. Now, today we will look at how open and shared infrastructure actually help us to fast-track that digital inclusion. We've seen so many countries across Africa, leading economies, and a lot of countries just on the continent really focusing around how do we get internet to the people of the country, as well as how do we grow that ecosystem. And as we have seen, in a pandemic, it has highlighted it even more around how important connectivity is for countries to stay within the productivity, to do education, and also explore opportunities that is new and innovative. Now, we have seen globally that there is a greater need and demand for connectivity. And a recent McKinsey report has indicated that networks are growing, the need for data growing by 47% year on year. And that is significant. And we have seen even in Africa, in several countries, how this networks, the increase in demand, more people working from home, students getting education across the internet, it's become critical. We've also seen that, a great portion of the regional population is even still today unconnected. And that's why it is so important for us, to expand coverage, to build out infrastructure. And that's where we come together as a community, and we can then build these networks and make them more efficient to enable those countries to realize the digital inclusion objectives, but more importantly, get more people connected to the internet. So I want to share more around a little bit around the Telecom Infra project, which is leading this initiative, not just in Africa, but also globally. And the Telecom Infrastructure Project, which is, the abbreviation is TIP, is a initiative that was founded by Facebook back in 2016 with 30 other leading innovative countries, sort of organizations. And the main idea around the Telecom Infra Project is to fast-track connectivity through innovative designs that is a combination of stakeholders and not just the traditional way of doing connectivity in the region. And that is so important, as I've mentioned, to answer the need for digital inclusion, for innovation, and also expand coverage in remote areas and rural areas that we see as so in need of connectivity. So the TIP initiative is also a non-profit, and we work with community members across the connectivity spheres. And these stakeholders that we represent, or that represents TIP, is a diverse ecosystem of stakeholders. These include service providers, and these service providers are the typical ISPs, operators, and other connectivity providers in the region. We also are represented by technology partners, and these are both established partners, and there are also new and upcoming partners that brings new innovation to the community in building out connectivity solutions. We have system integrators, which is a key stakeholder in making all this disaggregation that I'm going to talk about today to fit together, to make it a seamless solution end to end. On top of that, we also have connectivity stakeholders, that is the driving and setting out the regulations. And these could be governments, regulators, as well as local municipalities that is really taking on board that connectivity to connect people to the internet through models that is different, that is not just relying on the operators and the service providers, but also taking a lot of the connectivity needs for the digital inclusion into their own sort of hands, and saying we need to drive innovation in the ecosystem to allow people to be able to connect, to communicate, and to share and tell stories across the internet. Now, let's look at what is a challenge. So we've seen that, as I've mentioned, data demand is growing globally, but even so on the African continent. And there's this drive and this willingness around fast-tracking digitization. And digitization, spans across the requirement. That is for people to be able to connect, for businesses to be able to function, and then more importantly, also for education and medical, that is, even in a pandemic, is so critical. Now, one of the key challenges is that all this requires additional investment and infrastructure to be able to take the internet to the rural communities, and even making connectivity better in the more metros and established areas where people are getting onto the internet, be it at home, be it on the mobile. And this is sort of a challenge that we all see. And all this network infrastructure requires, again, additional investments. Somebody needs to put fiber in the ground, be it microwave, towers need to be built. And then once we sort of have that, there's another dimension to that, and that is the additional cost that comes with operating these networks. That can be from site acquisitions, maintaining these sites, and also, from energy. Some of these sites, we have to be able to put down equipment, and that equipment needs electricity. And in a lot of cases in rural connectivities, there is a requirement to build out electricity or make some sort of electricity available, be it solar or any other means, to be able to run these network equipment, to be able to do the coverage or the connectivity for that specific area or community out in the rural areas, and that obviously drives a lot of cost. And that is one of the sort of hampers that we see in the region, enabling that digital inclusion to really get traction around. So the more demand in the networks there is for higher speeds, or just accelerating digital inclusion by bringing out internet and connectivity to the population, there is a cost that is associated with that. Now, how do we solve this? How do we look at it? And there's really two ways. One part is that we have to start looking at network sharing. And when we look at network sharing, there's a lot of initiatives around Africa that's ongoing. In particular, we see companies building fibers together, to share towers and tower space. And then there's also initiatives around how do we leverage that infrastructure to make it more viable, but in addition to also drive that network further. So where we will have a single infrastructure sort of construction happening, we can now work together as a community to really bring that in, and then we can really make the network more efficient to build out that connectivity and the internet to the rural communities. But that's not all. We need to be able to now make networks more efficient. So once the networks are built, we need to find ways that we can bring in new innovative ways that we can take that physical infrastructure, be it towers, be it containers, be it fiber, be it microwave, and we need to be able to take those networks and make them really solve the problem of getting higher speeds and quality internet and connectivity out to those users and those subscribers that is on the ISP or the mobile operator space, or even, as I've mentioned, in the municipalities where it is a government initiative. And that's where new technologies come in, and that's why we as a community within the Telecom Infrastructure Project comes together to build new ways that we can connect this sharing of infrastructure to enable that we can optimize the cost per bit that runs over this sharing of infrastructure. So let's delve a little bit deeper. So when we look at benefits of network sharing, there's a lot more than these three, right? But in essence, the sharing of network infrastructure by operators and infrastructure owners is really that we can fast track digitization. And how do we do that? By fast tracking it, we know that as we can work together, we can build more. Now, that is a key enabler for a lot of the ISPs and government objectives to make infrastructure more accessible. It also reduces risk. It's not just a single party that is taking on a specific business case. Now this can be shared across different stakeholders to advance a single vision of connecting ultra-rurals. Then again, building more infrastructure versus building singulars. And we've seen it takes so much more time when different infrastructure providers are building at separate rates, separate speeds, and separate areas within a country. We also know that by sharing infrastructure, it also simplifies regulatory frameworks, and we've seen this globally. And this is really important because that is really the foundation of driving additional and fast-tracking connectivity out to the masses in that country, to the population, to enable. And that in turn drives GDP. People start businesses, sharing photos, sharing stories, and also connecting. We also know that open infrastructure, in the meaning of sharing infrastructure, it also advances the digital economy, as mentioned. And that is quite important, again, from a medical perspective, where people can get access to medical services, as well as business, where people can trade, they can put their products on the internet or their services, and that also drives that digital economy. Now, increased innovation, stakeholders, as mentioned, they focus around network infrastructure and giving equal opportunity, where not one single infrastructure is withheld within a single ecosystem partner, but that investment or that deployment of network infrastructure is really made to advance that digital economy, but also for digital inclusion. And then we look at the second point, and it really reduces network clutter. And we've seen so many deployments that is built on top of other infrastructure. And I think that is quite important, that, you know, through sharing and open upping networks, that clutter in networks really becomes minimized, so that we can build more and versus building less. On top of the infrastructure, as mentioned, we then start looking at how can we drive the cost per bit down, so that, you know, system providers, connectivity providers, mobile operators can benefit from this network infrastructure, not just on the physical layer, but also making the networks more efficient, and that we can build out more of the electronic component that on top of the physical infrastructure, that we can drive that connectivity through. Now, the benefits of that, again, there's many other benefits, but the three that really stands out from a open and disaggregated way is really that we look at better network economics. Now, when we do some of these networks within the TIP ecosystem, and I will show a little bit more around the technologies that we do, is really that we optimize and we bring all that innovation into the networks. And that gives the operators then an alternative to their supply chain. In a sense, it democratizes the supply chain. So where operators were forced to only, or service providers to only look at a very small portion of providers for technology on top of the passive infrastructure, they now have choice, and they also have a voice to bring to that table and say, this is what we need in this particular region. And that sort of diversifies that supply chain that operators then get, and that obviously comes into some commercial benefits to them. On top of that is also open interfaces, and this is what the TIP is all about. We bring open and standard-based interfaces to those connectivity providers, and these are quite critical because, you know, once we have diversified the supply chain, it also needs to give operators the freedom to be able to pick and choose. And that is what the open interfaces allows them. And that also sort of brings out automation. So we ease their network to be able to automate. And when we automate, we get more productive and efficient networks. And that helps us then to obviously bring down the cost economics of the networks, and we can then build more. On top of that is to virtualize architectures, enable efficiencies in computing capacities. And that lowers the CapEx, because that allows us to take some of the savings that we get through this virtualized functions to go build more sharing networks. And that increases then the digitalization of society, and we can build out more infrastructure. The second one is future-proofing of networks, and we see that as a critical enabler to fast-track digitization. And that is really bringing in choice and different innovative technology providers to the ecosystem, to the governments, to the service providers, and to the operators, where operators and these stakeholders are not locked into a single vendor. That makes it very tough for them to scale the networks, or at least just to make the business case work. So bringing in technology that is incubated throughout the telecom infrastructure process is unlocking those opportunities. We also feel that service-provided networks on top of the shared infrastructure allows networks to freely grow, and that also brings a new entrance into the market, which again diversifies the supply chain. There's also increased network adaptability, which means that whenever we want to build out into these networks, that we're not reliant on a single interoperability, that many solutions can work together to then drive that ecosystem to digital inclusion. And then increase innovation. Digitization is not just a single person's responsibility, and that is what we need to do as a community, and really driving that innovation. And that's what the telecom infrastructure with our founding members are so important to. Okay, so let's just really look at a quick reference case before I look into the technology that TIP as a foundation is driving into Africa. And that is about open and disaggregated network, as I've mentioned. So if we look at the physical infrastructure, once we've optimized that and we've opened them up and more players can get access to that fiber or that microwave, or just partners coming together and deploying shared infrastructure, we then look at open and disaggregation as a method to, again, increase the connectivity optimization of running these networks, because that is a big challenge in many of the countries and regions across the world. Now, from a single vendor sort of solution, we've now been able to disaggregate these functions where hardware and software is disaggregated. And that really drives a lot of innovation. And that's where we get the best of breed. Operators can choose between hardware suppliers that are experts in their field. We look at software vendors that then write software and equipment operating systems that works with a variety of hardware. And these software vendors then are interoperable, which makes it so attractive for operators to be able to invest in hardware, which we call off-the-shelf hardware or vanilla hardware. And operators then have the choice to then buy the software and the features that they require and not reliant on a single vendor ecosystem. The roadmaps are endless, and operators drive these roadmaps through those service providers. Okay, now the telecom infrastructure project. So we've been working across with operators and other stakeholders, as mentioned in my earlier slides, around technology. And some of the most recent technologies that we are trialing and testing and deploying on a global scale are those of our optical and packet transport network, as well as our Open RAN. And there's a lot of discussion around Open RAN, with some more public announcements being made out of Europe. And we've seen a lot of operators and stakeholders in Africa supporting this technology and starting to test and even deploy some of this technology to expand the coverage within the rural and ultra-rural, and even in the more built-up metro areas, to improve connectivity, but also improve the speeds of network, as we've seen become a requirement for the sort of current situation that we are in. In addition to that, we also have labs and testing facilities across the world, where these sort of technology that operators and other stakeholders brings to this table to make sure that all this technology does not just work by a greenfield deployment, but are according to standards. And these standards apply to the MEF and ITU, and that allows these new innovative solutions to be able to interrupt with the brownfield that has already been deployed by operators. So this testing and lab verification that is across the world are quite a key and important part for operators and other stakeholders to ensure that the networks and the solutions that comes out of the TIP community is compatible, and it's also interoperable with the existing solutions that operators has come to require from an availability perspective and as well from a connectivity perspective. Okay, so I've come to the end of the presentation and happy to take any questions from the audience.
Interesting presentation about shared, open, and disaggregated networks to fast-track digital inclusion. We have 2 minutes left. If anybody have questions, please paste your question in the Q&A panel, and I'll take the first question, which is from Mr. Velvendron from Afrinic. Thank you, Jody. Does this solution support IPv6 natively?
Yes, 100%. So I think that is quite important. You know, as we move across from IP version 4, we have to go into IP version 6. So definitely a lot of the solutions that we have within the telecom infrastructure community supports IP version 6, but it also supports all the latest requirements that we see from a standard space. So as soon as new innovative, you know, if it's segment routing or IP version 6, or even just Wi-Fi 6, you know, we make sure that our chipsets, our solutions, you know, meets that requirement that the connectivity, you know, the connectivity requires. So be it on the security side, the IP side, as well as just new features that operators require for automation, for example, HDN of NFV, that is really cohesive, and that we support that standards.
You are supporting IPv6 because we are going to talk a lot about IPv6 also this week. So thank you for the presentation. It was as I said, it was a very interesting presentation. We are a bit short of time. Okay, Dr. Bope had a question about internet shutdowns. I don't think that internet shutdown has anything to do with your project. So I'll skip that question for now. Maybe Suzanne can pick it up with a speaker. Susan, are we going to the next panel? Magali?
Thank you for your presentation. Now we are going to welcome next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Noah Maina. Thank you very much for being here today. Hello, thank you very much. I'll leave the floor to you now.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name's Noah. I'll take a minute to basically get Tony and Logan to join. Tony and Logan, can you please join?
Hi. Noah.
Yeah, hi, Logan. I'll wait for Tony to also join. Thank you. All right, so my name's Noah Maina. I work with CCOM, but today I'll be wearing my AFNOG hat, and I'll also be moderating this session. We are going to basically have some two lightning talks from two presenters, that is Tony Kalombo and Logan. And we'll start with Tony. I'll just give a brief introduction about Tony. Tony is the founder of DevBox, a software and is a software architect with a career spanning 10 years. He has developed software and business solutions for applications that span across multiple industries, and he's been researching on software-defined networks and network function virtualization. So Tony will be giving the first lightning talk, which will be focusing on building a fully automated software-defined internet exchange. The floor is yours, Tony. But before you start, sorry, in case you have any questions, please submit the questions on the Q&A section and I'll pick them up. Floor is yours, Tony. We can't hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you, Tony. We see you speaking, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
You can share the screen of your presentation. Okay, we see it now. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me just set it. Okay.
We have about 10 minutes.
Okay, Noah, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to everyone for your audience. My name is Tony Yannick Kalombo, and I'm the founder of DevBox, as Noah rightfully mentioned. And DevBox is a software automation company that focuses on automation for network operators. And so let's dive into what is network automation. And pretty much it's the use of software to automatically configure, provision, manage, monitor, and test network appliances. You want to do this so that you improve the efficiency of your operations and the efficiency at which you deliver services on your network. By getting this right, you actually are capable of shortening the time to market of changes on the network, as well as services and products and connectivity to customers. And one major aspect is that it reduces human error, so you can repeatedly introduce or update features without missing a beat or a step, and it reduces the possibility of another human being making a mistake that could be catastrophic to the network. With the advent of the move to the cloud, software-defined networking and network automation is pretty much key in managing hyperscale data centers. And as we move more and more towards the cloud, we found ourselves in a position where the human, the warm body being the factor or the actor in managing the network gets removed, and that is replaced by software. So the big cloud providers manage their clouds and their networks using software, network function virtualization, and less human intervention. So as per this talk, we at DevBox have built a virtualized internet exchange platform, which allows one to be able to manage the internet exchange purely using software. And so what is an internet exchange point? It's a physical infrastructure to which internet service providers and content delivery networks can exchange traffic amongst their networks and peer together. Internet exchange points allow networks to interconnect directly with one another, and this reduces the need for them to break out onto the internet or other third-party networks, and it drastically reduces the cost per bit and reduces the latency as well, and increases the number of packets that can be exchanged between different networks. And of course, with an increased number of ports in the IXP, there's an improvement in routing efficiency as well. Direct, of course, as I said as well, the aim for IXPs is to keep the traffic local, and from a data sovereignty point of view, that is beneficial, but also it reduces the latency and improves on the quality and efficiency of the network. So an internet exchange point, this would be a typical a graphical representation of an internet exchange point architecture, where a number of internet exchanges can actually interconnect with the internet exchange, and by so doing, they would have access to other networks on that internet exchange. So one of the advantages, of course, is that this allows to be connected to cloud providers on the exchange, and such, this is an example of multiple public cloud providers such as Amazon, Google, Microsoft, VMware, and of course a data center such as Terraco with the NAP Africa Internet Exchange or the Africa Cloud Exchange. You can actually have access to with the direct connection to these public clouds, and this allows one to have direct access to the infrastructure and services that public cloud providers provide. But this is not just also for public clouds. This also can give you access to multiple other private networks as well that are in the same internet exchange facilities. So in building this platform, some of the features that we have considered, or some of the features that actually have enabled us to effectively build this platform, include the ability to automate the config management and to model the network. So in other words, having view of the actual physical devices on the network allows us to actually have view of the configuration and to model those configs as virtual software entities. And this allows us to have real-time virtual representation of the entire physical infrastructure. From there, we can extrapolate the different interconnections. And with that done, once one party has actually interconnected with another party through the internet exchange, there's a way to automate the configuration management so that a virtual circuit can be created between the two parties. And this allows for the automation of enabling and establishing interconnections with different parties on the network. And part of the things to consider is the error handling. So making sure that there are no errors being propagated and having software routines that make sure that errors are handled and managed properly. And in the case of errors or failure, there are rollback mechanisms and as well as version control mechanisms to make sure that if there's an erroneous version, a previous stable version can be adopted. This allows for better audit and better security and compliance of the network. And of course, with this in place, we can have better real-time and automated reporting on the network. And all of this is enabled through API centricity. In other words, we can interact with the Internet Exchange via APIs, and members of the Internet Exchange can actually consume the APIs in order to better enable them to create interconnections on the Internet Exchange. So some technology concepts, excuse the images are coming out a bit grainy, but in essence, we are looking at the stack of a virtual network, which is built into different development environments. And usually the test, the production, and the development environment. And that stack is built on top of a network virtualization platform. And this virtualization platform has different interfaces to the higher layers of the stack using either CLI, SNMP, NetConf REST, gRPC, or REST APIs as I've managed. And this allows us to do telemetry and monitoring, network testing, configuration management, and all of that can be managed through source control using a build server. And this brings about the paradigm of continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous development, which means that we are able to, on the fly, at very high speed, introduce changes to the network while ensuring high level of quality and reliability. And our development cycle looks typically like this. I talked about the version control, where we can take infrastructure and represent it as code. We can develop new features in the development environment and manage the delivery of these features through some
Hi, Tony, control. We can't hear you, but your time is up, almost up, and we have lost your audio.
Can you still, can you hear me, Noah? Noah? Oh, okay. Well,
we have lost your audio, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Noah. I think that was the end anyway. I'm not sure what happened to the audio.
Tony, are you up?
Yes.
Are you done?
Yes, it seems like my audio was automatically disabled. Can you hear me now?
Is it my side or something?
Noah? Hey, Noah, can you hear me? Noah? Okay, yeah, my audio is fine. So no, I think it's on your side, but that pretty much brings the end. I think my last slide really spoke about the technology platforms that we used. And thank you, Noah.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Thanks so much. So questions for Tony, I think we will have to reserve those. In case you have any question, I'll just introduce.
Tony, for your presentation, we'll leave the floor to Logan.
Yeah, okay.
For his presentation.
Logan, you can go ahead. I'll just give a brief introduction on who Logan is. So our next speaker is Logan. He works as a security engineer at Afrinic and is an expert in BSD security and networking. So Logan has also extensively involved himself with the IETF, and he will be giving a talk on IPv6 extension headers and their implication for network and security operation. The floor is yours, Logan.
Thank you very much, Noah. So can you guys hear me properly?
I can hear you.
Good. So I'll be speaking about IPv6 extension headers and their implication. We are very short on time, so I'll try to go as fast as I can. So IPv6 extension headers have been around for a long time, as long as IPv6. Just to go a little bit into history, one of the first reference implementation of IPv6 was the Kami IPv6 stack from Japan, and then they later produced something for Linux, which was eventually merged for Usagi. Both of them had some kind of support for V6 extension headers. And when you look at, we'll go a little bit into this, but when you look at the history of IPv6 and V6 extension headers, they've both been here for a long time. But keep in mind that V6 was, when the IPv6 reference implementation were being designed, it was based in a time where there was a lot of features trying to be included within the V6 stack. And later, you know, sometimes people say this might not be a good idea, or this doesn't quite work out in practice. So V6 extension headers, there are two sides to the debate. So just that you are aware, IPv6 is standardized in a standardization body known as the IETF, which is the Internet Engineering Task Force. So the Kami project and the Usagi project, they took those drafts at the time and then worked on implementing them in the BSD and Linux. So next slide. So there's an RFC for IPv6. It's 8200. It's the updated one. So what are V6 extension headers for those who are not quite aware? So V6, there's some optional internet layer, and I'm just quoting from the RFC here, but basically it says that you can have additional headers between your IPv6 header and then an upper layer header in a packet. And each one is distinguished by next header. So those are the V6 extension headers. So in the interest of time, I'm going to not to spend too much time enumerating the different IPv6 extension headers that we have. I encourage you to read, I think it's section 11 or page 11 of RFC 8200. So when you look at it, it looks like a good idea. I mean, like, you basically have an additional header that's processed mostly at the reception level, meaning at the node reception level, at the destination level. And if you look at the slide, the fourth slide that I just shown to you, it basically says you have an IPv6 header, then you have a next header which points to TCP header. So a typical extension header would be something like IPv6 header, and just right below it, you have next header, which is to a routing header. And then you would have the next header to the TCP header. So this is an example of I've taken this again from RFC 8200. It's a good example of what an extension header looks like. And if you look at it on Wireshark, if you're a network administrator, you know, you would look at it and you would say, okay, it's an extension header. But many people don't understand the implications in practice behind extension headers. So what can go wrong? So you have issues such as, I've taken this again. Sorry? Come again?
No, go ahead, Logan.
Okay. So we have in practice implementation issues. You might say this is a Cisco IOS thing because it's proprietary. right? But it's not just because it's proprietary. Even in the case of an open source operating system such as FreeBSD, there was a security issue where it says network layer hop-by-hop options, which can be sent, blah, blah, blah. And what it caused in FreeBSD was a security issue. And the same happened with Cisco IOS. So it's a security issue that can happen in Cisco IOS, which is proprietary, as well as an open source implementation. So what it shows is that there might be issues with extension headers, like when it was designed versus its implementation in practice. And we may need to review that. So it raises a number of concerns for operators. So there's a current work in the IETF, and you look at this draft, which is IETF v6 ops, which is not for implementers, mostly for operators. And it says extension headers packet drops. What it basically says is that it raises awareness about operational and security implication of v6 extension headers. And it already presents some of the reason why networks, particularly public network, intentionally drop packets containing extension headers. So what does this mean for operators, particularly in Africa, is that if your vendor is selling you some kind of solution that relies on v6 header, extension header, you need to be careful about this, okay? And that draft is very useful to operators. It's not an implementation fee. It's more like for operators. So it highlights areas where current v6 support by devices may be suboptimal, such as, for example, on some BSDs. And then it highlights other issues as well. I'm trying to go fast. So I really encourage you to read further about this. And one of the things that I would like to highlight here is that I've included this section of an email that was just sent a few days ago to the IETF, where someone from a company, a Chinese company that I won't name here, they basically pushed this and said, this document defines a mechanism of encapsulating end-to-end network slice in IPv6 packet. And then Ole, who is the v6 chair, replied, what are the benefits of using an IPv6 extension header to carry the metadata instead of embedding in a tunnel header? So what this means is that people still, vendors that are building products that will be consumed by operators from around the world, including operators from Africa, they are still trying to build solutions using extension headers where there could be alternatives, but wouldn't take as much. So that's basically it for me. I'd just like to thank my colleagues at Afrinic for helping me writing a blog about it on the Afrinic website. And if you have questions, I encourage you to send them.
Thank you so much, Logan. So we have about 3 minutes. In case you have any questions for Logan or Tony, who is still on the online, please shout out to them. I've not seen any question on the Q&A, but the audience is basically free to ask any question to either Tony or Logan. We still have 3 minutes. I think that should be enough for some questions from the audience.
Yeah, hello?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, so my question is for Logan. So I am an end user in a network where we use a device that is where my vendor did not like respect all of this. What are the direct implications? What are the direct implications? What am I to be afraid of?
Depending on your network, how it was designed and everything, I'm not saying extension headers are bad everywhere. It might be certain specific cases where they might be good, But you have to take into account that they lead to, for example, security issues, denial of service issues. So if, for example, let's say you have some kind of router that's processing them, a malicious user could potentially cause it to either lock up or misbehave. And that's why a number of, if you look at the draft, V6 of extension headers, it has a pretty extensive discussion about there's a lot of firewalls that intentionally drop IPv6 packets containing extension headers because of a risk of DDoS. So it's often for security reasons that they do this. And so it could affect an end user, because if your router is being DDoS, it's not good. Did I answer your question, Stefan?
Yeah, thank you. I guess there is not much time to really like take a practical case of maybe an example of extension header and ways maybe to attack and ways to mitigate.
Okay. Thank you, Stefan and Logan. Tony, are you there? I have a question for you about basically the software-defined internet exchange. Perhaps do you have any proof of concept or any implementations that have you have been able to involve yourself with the industry so far?
Yes, we're working currently with some partners who are internet exchanges. So we do have a platform in the dev and staging environment, and we will be going live over the next few weeks with a production version.
Wow. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. I don't have any other question, and I don't see any other Q&A. Any question in the Q&A. So therefore, I would love to thank Tony and Logan for taking their time to present these lightning talks. And I also would like to thank the audience for listening to us. And I'll hand over the floor back to our MC. Thank you so much, and see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noah, and thank you to our two speakers, Tony Yannick Colombo and Logan Velvendon. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Unfortunately, we are running a little bit late, so we will stop for 5 minutes before welcoming our next speaker, Mrs. Rosalind Nanjiro. Thank you. In the meantime, we would like to thank our partners, MTEL Mauritius, Translation Capturing, Inclusivity and Diversity, sponsor of Africa. ICANN is a Liquid Intelligent Technology, and DNS Africa. So thanks to our to our partners. We have our virtual booth that is open. You can click on the link and then you can have a virtual chat face-to-face with the Afrinix team. We also have our survey evaluation questionnaire. You can find the link in the chat, and the winner will be mentioned on 3rd of June, on Thursday. Tomorrow we have our virtual cocktail on the Spatial platform, so you can find the link in the agenda. Thank you. morning and thank you for being here with us.
Right, it's my pleasure. My delight.
So our moderator for this section is Mrs. Rosalind Nanchiu. So thank you for being here with us, and I will leave you the floor.
Right, thank you so much. As we begin, we'll be speaking about blockchain governance today. And I am delighted, honored, and pleasure to introduce to us Dr. Matsuo, and I will allow him to take the floor, bring in the introduction, and begin the session as of today. Thank you, Dr. Matsuo.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so let's get started. So thank you for having me to this important meetings. And I'd like to introduce our activities at the Blockchain Governance Initiative Network. And so what is the reason why we started that? So the activities of the governance of blockchain. And so the meaning for the rebuilding trust over the internet by using blockchain technology, and why the governance is important for that. And this is my brief introduction. I'm a cryptographer for over 25 years, and so I am a co-founder of the bsafe.network at the beginnings, and I'm doing a lot of work and for the standardization at TC07 of ISO. I'm a member of OECD Blockchain Expert Policy Advisory Board. And this is my declaration that I have no Bitcoin and any cryptocurrencies for academic neutrality, and I have no position on the exchange rate to fiat currency, cryptocurrency. Anyway, so COVID-19 implies a social distance native society. So we are having this kind of meeting. So by using Zoom or this kind of tools. And so in the physical world, we need social distance at any time still. And so there are many international travel bans happened. And so even the immigration is not allowed in many cases. And global collaboration is too essential to overcome this hard time. And so many social activities are now going to the cyberspace. So all other businesses, personal process should be done in cyberspace at this moment. For example, Zoom conference, or Zoom drinking party, or social event over this kind of online tools. And of course, the many business processes, including contract, its execution. Moving to the cyber world, so in ordinary cases, for election was as a consensus process are conducted by physical world, but currently, so we need to process that kind of things by using in the internet, so by physically distributed parties. So we need to think about how we process the many things in the cyberspace. And the internet provided many things. For example, this is a global network to eliminate a single point of failure, and the end-to-end data transmission, which allowed permissionless innovation, and the encryption and authentication provide a security and privacy enhancement of data transmission. So this is a huge success of the internet. But so as I told, so we need to include many communication process with some level of trust, including understanding of the settlement, having the negotiation, the verification of something, reliability of the data, and identity management agreement. Many kind of things are the building blocks of the trustable communication, but we need to think about how we include some building blocks or some mechanisms to ensure the trustable communication process. Yeah, proof of work is one of the keywords for the Bitcoin and blockchain. But so before Bitcoin or before blockchain, we already have that some sort of the proof of work. So I called it offline proof of work. And when we do some business process among stakeholders, we need to have before that. So we need to have some trust among the stakeholders, and to have that kind of trust. So we do a lot of things to have a meeting, to have party of something. And with waste of the electricity or CO2 by traveling everywhere. So I think that we can think that this is an offline proof of work to have trust among stakeholders, and that the Bitcoin and blockchain changes that structure to online or to the computation. So when we pay some kind of money, so by using blockchain or Bitcoin, the transaction is conducted over cyberspace, and instead of the holding meeting or party, so computational behavioral ledger like so Bitcoin blockchain or something can play a similar kind of role. So to have that trust, some level of trust among stakeholders. So instead of that, so consuming that much electricity or CO2 or travel or something, international travel or something, a huge waste of electricity or CO2 happened so by online proof of work. But anyway, so this is a huge change of structure from offline proof of work to online proof of work. So main question at this moment is, can we expand the use cases from payment to the other types of application over cyberspace and make them sustainable? Yeah, so Bitcoin was invented in 2008. Before that, so there are 5 different types of building blocks. This is a history for the invention of the blockchain. So we had a history of the modern cryptography, the many activities on the privacy against the government, and the data cache, and the game theory is another types of the building blocks, and of course the internet and the P2P network is the essential building blocks towards the Bitcoin blockchain in terms of decentralization. And here I have directly visited that what Satoshi proposed in his or in their paper, that this is the 2 sentences which explain that what Bitcoin is. So Bitcoin is a payment system without the need for the trusted third party, and of course that the other sentence that Bitcoin is a solution to the double spending problem with using peer-to-peer distributed timestamping server. So this is what Satoshi proposed in the paper of the Bitcoin. And the important thing is so it eliminates the need for the process of third party for the payment. And so after Bitcoin, the creator of financial system are changed. So before Bitcoin, regulators and bankers or person in the financial institute are the creators of the financial systems. But after the Bitcoin, that scientists or engineers are the part of that creator of the financial system. So this is the fruit of the permissionless innovation. You know that the internet it enabled that many kinds of the permissionless innovation by using the global trustable communication system, and it empowers all ages to create a new innovation and ecosystem, and it increases the number of potential innovators and the solution to the innovation dilemma. So this is what the internet provides for us for the long years. And of course, the internet is a great example of permissionless innovation. So before the internet, we have a Minitel in France, a Captain system in Japan for the multimedia communications. But after the internet, by using the routing system of BGP of many decentralized architecture, enable us to create a layer of technology, so to produce many innovations by edge. This unbundled, so unbundling of the technology or building blocks facilitate producing new services, business, and economy from grassroots. And this, so the blockchain enabled the similar kind of things to the financial system or other applications. But here, that needed important things is again that this is a without trusted party, and so there are many good things coming from the blockchain technology. But from my sense, from my point of view, that avoiding the single point of failure in the human communication over the internet, or conducting business process over the internet in the cyberspace as a main fruit coming from the blockchain technologies. So you know that in the many cases that for the financial services or other services, the servers are the target of the cyber attack, and if there's some single point of failure, that cyber attacks destroyed many financial services or trusted activities. And this is also the problem of the business continuity. If some company provides essential services, but that company fails and disappears, our services or our surpassed asset organized by that company disappears. And account ban, for example, account ban by Facebook or platforms produces the same problem. And I think that we need to update data trust over the internet. And so this is the reason why I am saying that this is a problem of digital communication or digital trust. And this is not a problem only for that Bitcoin or that data coin or data currency. So this is a problem of the human communications. So we need to place the human in the center of that many diagrams. And I would like to think about that. So communication between humans or including legal persons. And we have, in general, we try to have communication among humans. We have some goals of communication, like having contract, executing contract, or doing education over the internet or something. And so we have goal of communications, and we have communication goals, and we have some semantics. So on the other hand, the internet, they provide that message transmission. And so data is somewhere in the cyberspace, and by using timestamping services or blockchain technology, so we can provide a time-stamped sequence of data. So it can provide a chronological sequence of the message or immutability of the process itself. And if we have that some orchestration function which manages the communication among humans, we can provide some data trust for the data society. So this is a true reason why we can add some governance mechanism for the process or communication over the current the internet. So we already know that the internet made a global space, and during the long history of the internet, it requested the establishment of the new form of governance. So that this diagram is a famous diagram by Loris Lessig, and so the current order of the internet society or data society are created by market law architecture norm. And the introducing global space of the communication change the target to regulate by regulators, and so it created new problem of cybersecurity tax, IPR, privacy, or GDPR. And so introducing the global space is a fascinating moment to think about the governance of the communication and the impact to the society. And so in 2019, Facebook introduced a new service, Libra, but unfortunately, Libra 1.0 was not accepted because that it has a problem about governance. So this is a problem of regarding that U.S. democracy versus Libra association governance. Libra, the Facebook Libra and its association is organized by only 30 companies. So the main concern by U.S. Government or U.S. government is the governance only 30 companies couldn't overcome that. So U.S. democracy, and this is another fight between the fiat currency versus company issued currency, and anti-money laundering and counter finance terrorist finance to terrorists is another problem. This is also main challenge to our order of the society. So in the world of the blockchain and its business process, we need to have some mechanism to coordinate the order of the society and the data world, the process in the data world. So for a long years, so this is this diagram shows that current situation among the relationship among the stakeholders in the sphere of the blockchain and its application. The most of technology and the programming code are created by the open source engineers, and but the business entity like a cryptocurrency exchange or blockchain startups would like to start a business before maturing technology. So that these companies are backed by venture capitalists, that they need to make money so quickly. And the regulators have difficulties that they have huge connection to engineers. For example, main part of the Bitcoin core engineers are the cypherpunks. They don't like that. So government person that there is huge connection between the regulators and engineers, and no common language to have that good conversation. And it's very hard to regulate to engineers. And business entity want to avoid friction to the regulations, and there are many difficulties among regulators and business entities in the difference in speed of creating new services. And from consumer point of view, so many of the blockchain business don't have clear transparency for customers. And this is a current problem among stakeholders, that we need to have some good coordination among stakeholders. And we can learn from the internet history, and we need to have the better incentive design among stakeholders with having common phrase to conversation and the common language and harmonized incentive mechanism. And we already started some standardization activity at ISO or IEEE, but to have some common understanding by multi-stakeholders, so we need to have lesson from the internet. So ISOC, IETF, ICANN. And this is the reason why we started our activities to create the body for the multi-stakeholder discussion. In 2019, so we worked with the government person to have some consensus among G20 countries. In 2019, so G20 was hosted by Japan, and at that time, so we had a seminar at the G20 meetings. So by inviting all stakeholders. So Adam Back is CEO of the Blockstream, and he's an icon of the cypherpunks. You can see that this picture that Adam Back is the center of stage. This is intentionally JFSA and the G20 countries invited, so place him in the center stage. And 2 days before that G20 meeting, the FSB Financial Stability Board published one fascinating papers which underscore the importance of multi-stakeholder dialogue. As you already know, that introducing that kind of things, so for enforces that government giving up some power to govern some for technology, but the G20 countries agreed to introduce this kind of process by welcoming that FSB report in the 30th paragraph of the G20 communique. And right after that, so we started the Blockchain Governance Initiative Network, BGIN. We pronounce it BEGIN. This is an open and neutral sphere for the all stakeholders to deepen common understanding and collaborate to solve the common issue. This is the same kind of things what we did for the internet by ISOC, ICANN, IEEE, IETF something, and the style of working is quite similar to IETF. So this is a so anyone can join that. This is open to all stakeholders. Anyone can contribute to BEGIN, and we have the online discussion like this, and we hope to have in-person meetings in the near future, and we use it the rough consensus running code methodologies to produce a document on the technology specification, operational specification, or other documents. And this is a picture of the initial 23 initial contributors. We intentionally have the good diversity from background, hopefully the gender or location. And so you can see that the knee is here, the pin is here. And anyway, so we intentionally collect the 23 experts from diverse background. And we started our activities March last year to 2020. And we have 2 working groups to create document. The one is internal governance working group. This is a great challenge for us, how we create that truly multi-stakeholder governance for blockchain world. This is a huge challenge for us. And the other is identity key management privacy working group. This is a hot working group and quite important because that the privacy protection is so basic right for the general person. But on the other hand, so we're thinking AML that government or regulators would like to trace transaction, and the key management is a center point of this problem. And thinking about the key management life cycle for the blockchain is an essential topic from the technical point of view and from political point of view. So earlier that this event, so some discussion was held for the end-to-end encryption, but this is a similar kind of thing program for the key management. And the key management life cycle is quite different from the PKI. We need to create a good style of key management for blockchain. And we are holding.
Sorry to interject, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, we are sorry. We are badly behind on time. There was just one question on the chat segment regarding why the internet was created to be a global space and not an international one. But in the interest of time and just being able to keep for the rest of the sessions that will already or have already been scheduled, I will request that you place your response in the comment section. But at this point, I will dearly appreciate you sharing your thoughts and sharing your presentation. I will encourage the audience just to subscribe to the discussions in order to be able to access the presentation from the site, from the website. And as we keep on sharing the thoughts on internet governance, I believe that we'll be able to appreciate the work of the Global Governance Initiative. I will encourage that you do join and follow this initiative, the BGIN, or whether on LinkedIn or on its different platforms, so that based on your different level of skill capability, whether you are in the private sector, in the public sector, whether you're in government or you're an entrepreneur, you will be able to contribute to the concept of blockchain governance. There is a lot of work to be done. There are many milestones to be made, not just in digital inclusion, but also in economic inclusion, as far as we are discussing blockchain governance. So this discussion does not end here. It's just that in the interest of time, we will listen into the other sessions. But as for this session, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And we will appreciate that you keep listening. Stay tuned as we continue to celebrate this Africa Internet Summit.
Okay, and thank you very much. And last word. So in this fall, that meeting or begin will be held in Africa. So I would like to encourage all African people to participate this begin meeting this fall. Thank you very much.
All right, we shall have our very able MC, Magali, taking us through.
Thank you, Roslyn, and thank you to our speaker, Dr. Matsuo. It was very interesting. So I will now introduce Mr. Aina, who will be our next moderator. Mr. Aina, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Good. Okay, yeah. My name is Alain Patrick Aina. I'm going to moderate this section. So since last year, we started inviting some special guests who are well recognized in the global technical community to address or engage on emerging issues, technologies with our community. It is an honor for me to introduce this year's special guest, one of the finance technology leaders on our time, and one well known to many of us in this community. However, for the benefit of newcomers, I will introduce him with these remarks. Dr. Venk Cerf is Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist for Google. He contributes to the global policy development and continued spread of the Internet. Widely known as one of the fathers of the Internet, Venk is the co-designer of the TCP/IP protocol and the architecture of the Internet as we use today. He has served as board members and chair at ICANN, ISOC, ARIN, etc. One of the things he has focused over the years on is bringing Internet to the space and build an interplanetary Internet. He is a friend of Africa and has always been there for the Internet in Africa. He is a fervent believer of Africa's ability to adopt the Internet and the technical institutions, AFNOG, AFRENIC, etc. Last time Venk addressed our African community was during the AFNOG inaugural meeting in Cape Town 2000. Therefore, it is a great pleasure and with full enthusiasm that we welcome him today. Please join me in welcoming Venk Cerf. Thank you, Venk, for accepting our invitations. What is your message for the African technical community today?
Well, good afternoon, Alan, and good afternoon, everyone. This is a special pleasure to renew our connection after some 20 years, and I wish it could be more face-to-face, but in the midst of the pandemic, a lot of travel has been curtailed. I'm still very much looking forward to returning to Africa, returning to Mauritius, and I must confess to you, especially to Cape Town, because I'm a great fan of South African wines, and we're starting to run a little low. So I'm looking forward to a return. All of you deserve enormous credit for your work in making the internet function. in Africa. As you all know, there's still a lot of work to be done to increase the capacity of the system and also to increase the access to it, especially as you move out of the central capital areas and into the more rural parts of Africa, which, by the way, is a problem elsewhere, including here in the United States. Our rural connectivity is frankly unacceptable, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And at the moment, the new administration here in the United States is planning to spend a substantial amount of money to improve rural access to the net, now that we've discovered how important it has been during the time of the pandemic. I just want to emphasize that the pandemic experience has been horrible, of course, in many parts of the world, and it continues to wreak devastation across the landscape. The thing which I believe is important is that we've seen how much the internet can be helpful, allowing some people to work at home, for example, instead of going into the office and in proximity with others. But I think everyone in this room must also recognize that the ability to work at home is limited to people whose work can be done remotely. And there's an awful lot of work that cannot, including implementing and operating parts of the internet, to say nothing of many other jobs that require close proximity. So this pandemic, in some sense, has highlighted a real inequality and inequity in terms of the impact of the pandemic and the ability of people to work. Nonetheless, it's pretty clear that access to internet is better than no access to internet for many, many reasons, including access to information and education. Even there, though, we've seen tensions where parents are trying to work from home and kids are trying to go to school from home, and they're fighting over either the equipment or the capacity of the internet. And so even there, there's been, I would say, a deficiency in the capability of the system to support all of the applications that are intended. Something else that I've noticed over the past decade or so is a significant increase in undersea cable connectivity. It's extraordinary how much cable capacity has been implemented, and more to come. Many of it will be touching on various and sundry parts of the African coastlines, and I consider that to be a very good thing. Another thing which is, I would say, increasing ease of access to the internet is an increasing amount of mobile capability, including 4G and 5G. Those things will make it almost impossible to avoid access to the internet as the time unfolds. And perhaps the most significant development in that regard is the low Earth orbit satellite systems, which are now being built, the most visible of which, literally speaking, is the SpaceX Starlink system, which has something on the order of 1,000 satellites in orbit now, and the intent is to increase that number to something on the order of 40,000 satellites. The orbits are selected in such a way as to cover literally the entire globe, including the North and South poles, which, as you know, are not reachable by geosynchronous satellite. So for many parts of the world where pulling fiber would not make any sense at all, the low Earth orbiting satellite constellations may actually make quite a big difference. There are many people here in the US that are beginning to test the Starlink system. And I don't mean to leave out the OneWeb efforts and the Kuiper efforts that are also intended to be low Earth orbit satellite services. So I'm very excited about the proliferation of ways of getting access to the internet. Another thing which is important to all of you, I think, is the continued evolution of the internet's technology. Most recently, over the past decade or so, an alternative to TCP has come along called QUIC, which was initially developed here at Google. It has the property that it binds together the functionality of TCP and TLS, so that the two are treated as a single protocol The advantage of that is that the endpoints share common crypto variables, and if you lose the connection, it's easy to reconnect, including the cryptography, as opposed to doing a TCP connection and then regenerating the cryptographic connection with the TLS protocol. So the two get combined in the QUIC protocol. It has an interesting side effect that because the shared crypto variable allows both ends to verify that the other is the same party that they were talking to before the disconnect. If one of the two parties loses its IP connection and changes its IP address, the crypto variable allows it to prove that it's the same party as before. And so you can actually handle some mobility and change of IP address, especially in a client-server mode where the servers stay in the cloud somewhere with a fixed IP address, but the client is moving from one place to another, possibly getting different IP addresses after disconnect and reconnect. So technology is continuing to change. I'm sure every single one of you is also intensely aware of the fact that the security of the internet is not what it needs to be. And this is an issue in many layers in the architecture. So I'm a huge fan of pushing for two-factor authentication, for example, to avoid hijacking of people's usernames and passwords, or at least to defend against the hijack. Moreover, at Google and probably at other cloud providers, we've adopted a philosophy which we call zero trust, by which we mean that the network itself is not secure. For many years, it was thought, especially in the enterprise space, that if you could just build a perimeter defense, then the corporate network, if you were in the corporate network, plugged into it, then you were okay. It was safe to allow you to get access to anything within the corporate network. Well, we don't think that's true anymore. And the consequence of that conclusion is that we introduce mechanisms that require authentication above the layer of the simple hardware internet connection. So even if I'm plugged in, for example, to the Google internal networks, I'm still not allowed to get access to anything unless I use two-factor authentication and end-to-end cryptography to protect the information that's flowing in the system. Speaking of which, data flowing from one network to another is a very important property for cloud-based computing because, as some of you must know, when you have multiple data centers and you are concerned about making sure no one loses any information, one of the tactics you adopt is to copy the information from one data center to another. We do this on a regular basis at Google, and so we built a backbone network that's specifically dedicated to moving data back and forth among the data centers for preservation purposes. But we've encountered a political problem which goes by the name data sovereignty, which is a kind of reference to the 1648 Peace of Westphalia, which some of you may remember in the European history, settled the 100 Years' War and many, many other disputes. The consequence of that Westphalian treaty is that countries have authority within their geographical boundary to do what they want. That is their autonomy, their sovereignty. Data sovereignty is sometimes interpreted to mean if you have any information about our citizens, it has to physically stay in our country. And I don't think, honestly, that that protects the data any better, because the internet is literally global in scope, and that, frankly, the attack vectors come from anywhere. So I'm not sure that argument holds. But the consequence of that position, of that adopting that policy, is that it makes it harder to move data back and forth across country boundaries, and that impedes the ability to replicate data in the data centers and for preservation purposes. So we're seeing some tensions that collide the national policies with the frankly desirable property of an open internet that allows for free transfer of traffic from one place to another. That same philosophy, of course, also means that when you're on the web, in theory, you should be able to get access to any information that's out there, but we all know that even that isn't true anymore. There's serious problems associated with misinformation and disinformation, and companies like mine at Google and elsewhere, Facebook and Twitter and so on, are under some pressure to try to figure out whether there's a way to filter bad information from good information. Of course, asking enterprises to do that is a very big challenge, because it's not always easy to tell whether some piece of information is incorrect or deliberately misleading. And putting an algorithm together to try to detect that is equally difficult, no matter how many times you jump up and down and say machine learning is magic. So we have technical and policy challenges, I would say, across the internet's functionality. And so all of you who are responsible for either building more or keeping what you have running are challenged, in my view, to cope with some of these policy issues, in addition to the technical ones that continue to challenge all of us. So, Ellen, I'm going to stop there. I could rattle on for a while, but it occurs to me that you might want to get into some conversation, or maybe some of the participants have questions that I might try to answer. So, however, if there aren't any questions, you know me, you can wind me up and I'll just keep going.
No. We do have questions. So, but before we allow some of the participants to ask questions, let me thank you for this speech. You really raised some of the the evolutions going on in terms of the protocol, going over the layers and trying to address some of the concern, the policy, what the government and all these people have, which show the complexity. It shows the complexity about the internet today. And this maybe take me to ask you this question about what we call the unfinished businesses of the internet. I think you already addressed some of them, but I would like to know on this unfinished business, what shall we do differently? Because when we are addressing this unfinished business, what shall we do differently? And do you see any opportunity for late players like Africa?
Absolutely, I do. First of all, let me observe that one piece of unfinished business is getting everybody up and running on IPv6. And it's not that we have to ignore v4. It's out there and it will persist for long periods of time. But every one of us should have networks that are fully capable of running IPv6 only, so that the domain name system works and all of the other mechanisms work if you have only access to IPv6. So we have some real work to do there. But I'd strongly urge that, because the network address translation mechanisms frankly interfere with a variety of end-to-end practicalities, including safety and security. So v6 is one of my high agenda items. The second thing that is very important, I think, again, to go back to security, is to increase the ease with which our users can exercise secure practices. So that means making two-factor authentication easy. I have a number of physical devices that plug into my laptop that generate cryptographic variables. The problem is that I have hundreds of accounts, and if they all insisted that I had a separate physical device to deal with the cryptography, I would have a bag full of these things, and I'd have to carry them around and figure out which one to use to plug into my laptop. What we need is a standard, and there is a group called FIDO, F-I-D-O, that's working on a standard that would allow many crypto variables to be contained within one security device, and then automatically selected when you try to go to a website and log in. That would be a very helpful additional unfinished piece of business. You mentioned the interplanetary internet, and that too is unfinished but moving ahead in a very rapid pace now. We are at the point where we have the new protocols standardized in the IETF. They're standardized in the Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems. They're operating on the International Space Station. They are available at GitHub for free. We are planning to use those protocols in the Artemis missions, the return to the moon. And this year, the Interplanetary Network Special Interest Group of the Internet Society is hoping to release some software development kits and some applications that will run in mobiles and laptops that will allow the users of the internet to exercise the interplanetary protocols so we can test their robustness and their scalability. And so, watch ipnsig.org for further announcements along those lines. We'd love to have our African colleagues participate in the testing of the interplanetary protocols so that we can be assured that they are fully functional before we have to depend on them as we return to the moon and go on further to Mars. So those are just some of the things that are unfinished business. To say nothing of one other thing, and just generally speaking, the big problems we have with misinformation and disinformation are partly a consequence of people not distinguishing good and bad information themselves, using critical thinking up here. And so I want to encourage everyone to teach young people and themselves to think about the data that they're getting on the internet, think about where it came from, and who might have put it there and for what purpose, and is it someone deliberately trying to mislead you. We need to help people figure out where information is coming from. That's called provenance in the art business. We need to have mechanisms for identifying where information has come from. So the concept of provenance, I think, is very important and something we need to introduce into the internet so that people can be more assured of making decisions about information that they're taking or finding on the network. Again, a not purely technical problem, but also a social and political one.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Ben. There is a question in the chat, but before we take that question, so you mentioned IPv6, but the reality is that now we are still struggling to get the IPv6 in there, and NAT44 and CGN continue to develop with some V4 market. So then the question people are asking is, are we not heading to a new internet where only those who can afford IPv4 address will have some privileges internet? And in this system, how can we protect new new player or late player like Africa's network?
So actually, in some ways, the availability of IPv4 for purchase may drive others towards IPv6 because it will be too expensive to try to get into business using IPv4 only. So in some ways, that phenomenon may be helping increase pressure to move to IPv6, which is much more affordable and, of course, has substantially more address space than IPv4 does. We do need to continue to press hard. In the United States, the current administration is insisting that everyone be IPv6 capable by 2025. And I don't know if we'll make that date. We've been trying since 1996, as many of you know. But I think the pressure is on to make sure that everything will at least work if you're running only IPv6. And so we should all push very hard for that.
Okay, thank you. There is a question from Ron Da Silva. Knowing your interest in interplanetary networking and your comment on the jurisdictional tension between government and the global nature of the internet, can you share your insight into how that tension is being addressed in orbital or interplanetary jurisdiction governance?
So this is an interesting question. Let me distinguish the interplanetary internet architecture and protocols, which are not TCP/IP. They're related in the sense that they are both packet switched, but the parameters for the interplanetary internet are quite different from the parameters that are conducive to TCP/IP or for QUIC, for that matter. And here I'm speaking about the variability of delay and the size of delay in the interplanetary system, to say nothing of regular disconnections because of orbital dynamics, which is not something that we experience as much here on planet Earth. Even with the satellite-based systems that we're talking about, there are automatic handoffs that you can acquire the next satellite rather than literally experiencing a break in the signal. So I don't think, however, that the satellite systems are going to solve the political tensions. Just because you could have a ground station that could talk to one of Elon Musk's Starlink satellites doesn't necessarily mean that the government that you live under is going to permit you to do that. And there are some authoritarian regimes that would like you to not have access to the internet. Many of you have experienced internet shutdowns, for example, in an attempt to deny access to, for example, social networks or other information. So the satellite systems are not going to solve the political problems. That will have to be solved by other means, whether it's a domestic decision or international treaties. I would like to suggest, though, that we really are in need of international treaties to deal with law enforcement, because the attacks against people through the internet can come from anywhere. And so in order to deal with someone who is exhibiting harmful behavior, you may need to have some kind of cooperative agreement between the country in which the victim lives and the country in which the perpetrator lives, in order to allow both countries' law enforcement systems to collaborate. So I'm anticipating that we will see some treaty agreements along those lines. And I'm also, frankly, seeing a call for government and private sector cooperation, again, to deal with some of the hazards of being online, because a substantial part of the internet, as you all know, is owned and operated by the private sector. But the policies for the use of the internet are generally set by governments. And so there really needs to be some cooperation there in order to protect citizens from harm.
Okay, thank you. Maybe another question before. I've seen no one in the queue or in the Q&A. So, Ben, and I know you are very aware that there are tensions going on designing the internet of the future, and many people think that the current TCP/IP we are using, which seem to be designed for machines, not for devices, not for the needs for the new internet, and people are calling for a totally different and new protocol. Then there are many proposals on the table. I will not mention them because I know you know what I'm talking about. So the thing is, what do you see in terms of the future of the architecture of the new internet? Do you think the TCP/IP as we know today, or what are the expected changes you see for using again the TCP/IP for the internet of the future?
Well, we've already seen that the protocol, the QUIC protocol that I mentioned, QUIC, is an alternative to TCP over TLS. And that might very well become the more popular protocol and for support of the HTTP World Wide Web. There have been some calls under different rubrics. One of them was called New IP, coming from Chinese internet researchers and developers. I didn't find the argument very persuasive, however, because some of the applications that were suggested, like holographic communication and the like, requires bandwidths and data rates that we can't achieve right now. There's also arguments that somehow we need to fine-tune the round-trip time delays and the response times and the like by slicing the capacity into different pieces. This is a 5G phenomenon, for example, with what's called the MEC interface. And I frankly don't buy that argument, because we've been able to do real-time communication with 20 millisecond round-trip times for example, game playing at Google with the existing TCP/IP protocols or protocols over UDP, real-time protocols running over UDP. And so I'm not persuaded right now that we need a new protocol called the new IP protocol. What I do think is we need IPv6, and I absolutely accept the idea that we need things that are other than TCP running on top of UDP, and we're seeing that happen. The last point I want to make on this is that the interplanetary protocols are not TCP/IP. It's called the bundle protocol and the Licklider transmission protocol, because they had to deal with a parametric space that's much worse than the one we deal with on terrestrially. We have noticed, however, that when you have low latency in the system and good connectivity, we can run all of the interactive and streaming video and audio on the new interplanetary protocols, but we don't always have real-time capability. We sometimes have really serious round-trip time delays in the order of minutes to hours, in which case interaction is just not possible. So we had to develop a protocol space that spanned the entire parametric range, which is much broader than the one we experienced terrestrially.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. There is a question from Logan Aden. With the rise of censorship and decryption's middle boss in Africa, aren't we preventing African protocol engineers from innovating in areas such as TLS extension development? Doesn't it also prevent African consumers from getting better security, such as encryption, SNE?
So it's very clear that we have technologies now that would allow a user to get end-to-end cryptographic protection going from their equipment all the way into the cloud. The question is whether we'll be allowed to exercise those protocols. And we're hearing calls for, backdoors for the cryptographic protocols on the grounds of law enforcement. But I think many people would agree with me that if you put a backdoor into a security protocol, eventually the bad guys will learn what that backdoor is and take advantage of it, in which case no one will be safe. So I don't think that's a good solution to the problem.
Thank you very much. We have 40 seconds to close. So just to thank you very much, Ben, for accepting our invitation, even though it is in the early morning for you. We really appreciate, and we hope we will, anytime we request or we ask you to join us, you will be available. Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you again, and congratulations for yet another wonderful NANOG meeting in Africa. And I'm glad that you invited me, because it got me up this morning and I'm dressed and ready to go for the rest of the day. So thank you for that. Good luck to all of you. Stay healthy. I hope that everybody gets adequately vaccinated and we go back to normal times. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you, Alain Aina. Thank you to our speaker, Mr. Vincent Cerf, for his presentation. It was an honor and a pleasure to have you here with us. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Neil Narku-Keynor avec Mr. Alain Aina to continue our panel discussion.
Yeah, I think I'm on. Well, thank you very much. What a wonderful program we've had. It was also intergenerational. And I'd like to thank Vint coming to us again and reassuring us that the internet will continue to grow. And also Machuo-san for raising some of the trust-related issues. In any case, for us, what we want is one internet. One internet. We are barely catching up with this internet. So let's dig deep and go maybe better off. Now, I heard some interesting phrases: zero trust, don't trust, verify, trustless trust. I think with those, we seem to be on our way to a more trustworthy internet, and I'm quite happy about that. Africa wants to communicate that it's serious in keeping pace with internet and the other technologies the internet enables. It was refreshing listening to the discussions, and we thank our moderators and the speakers throughout the day for such an exceptional program, be it virtual. AFNOG, assures that as soon as the pandemic subsides, we shall continue our pilgrimage to bring intense technology into new countries. continue, of course, with our hybrid method of always allowing remote participation so that we can continue deepening technology in the region. So much technology and expertise applied in one country for weeks gives a boost, a technology boost that leaves for sure footprints, and that's the record of AFNOG. And we've done that over the 2 decades in much the same way. The issue is what next? An update on AFNOG 2.0. So I'll continue to discuss until Alain appears. This work started in Kampala in 2019 as part of the 20th anniversary activities of AFNOG. The outcome indicated more demand for network technical skills and the need to go beyond training of a few hundred specialized engineers a year to something much bigger. The pandemic accelerated this aspect of reach, and we held first virtual conference. Yes,
Prof?
Yes, please.
Allow me to stop you because we are going to miss the secret working group report. So allow me to take a few minutes from your closing sections to deliver the secret working group report, if you don't mind.
Please, you have the floor.
Okay. So can you see my screen? Hello?
It says you started. It says you have started, but I haven't seen it.
Oh.
It says a screen share is being started.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's Vint. I can hear you and see your screen, but I wonder what's happened with everybody.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can see my screen?
Yes, it says emergency mode 20 to 2021 African secret working group.
Okay. So, okay, thank you, Prof, for allowing me. I think I will just take the 5 minutes. This is the secret working group report, and those who don't know the secret working group, I think it's always good to remind them that this working group exists, and it serves very well the interest of many stakeholders on the continent. And this year's the report just arrived, and we have to look. So for those who want to learn more about the secret working group, then you can go. So some decision has been made, said that until all of us can demonstrate that we're taking the African vaccine, okay, against the COVID. So the African vaccine is called AF-Eboji Kokoro 21. So until you show that you all taking that vaccine, or that people, network, machines are virus free, there's not going to be any physical AIS. And if you feel otherwise, feel an appeal with the African Council of Elders. Then these decisions have some consequences. Some of the AIS participants miss the travel, the food, the parties, and these are shown to be a great motivator in terms of participation. So and this day that we've gone virtual, so there is none of these. But some other people miss the T-shirt. When we go to AIS, we had the annual T-shirt collections. So you collect as many as possible, then you take home. But this day you don't have this kind of thing. Then honor also miss this. When you are in the room, when you see the queue like this, you can feel the meeting. You can really feel the meeting and see what is going on. So, and in terms of the technologies going on, as you can see, the evolutions and this pandemic has also shown that we should accelerate moving really to the Homo informaticus, because some of some of the fight to survive may request that we remain fully connected, and we had a very good connectivity. So we hope that the Homo informaticus also will be coming from Africa, like the Homo sapiens. But this is a new protocol. This is a new protocol coming up called State Immunization Management Protocol. Because, as you know, then you are taking some vaccine which has some DNA, has a messenger, and there are some variant of the COVID showing up. So how do you update your immune system? How do you do that? So a new protocol is going to be like time to time. Then you'll be querying some database. You'll be querying some database saying what DNA you have and asking for variant, and then the system will tell you, will send you a URL or some data to say, well, this is where you get. Are you looking for the variant from UK, India, and ZA? Okay, this is where it is. Then you query and download the informations, the DNA of this update, and automatically update your immune system. This is how it's going to be. But for this to work, it requires that we all remain strict on the protocol, follow exactly the protocol, because this is carrying life. We must do that. And then to accomplish this.
Hello, Alain.
Yes. Yes.
I think you need to share the screen in presentation mode. We can see, but audience missing your wonderful slides.
Oh, sorry, I didn't go to. Okay, so do we still have time to do so? How do I go to the presentation mode from here? Hello? Hello? Well, okay, anyway.
You can click on play to enter presentation mode.
I click on the presentation view.
We're still not seeing presentation view yet. I think it's down in the lower left-hand part of the screen is a button you can push for presentation, I think.
On your screen, as is, there is at the farthest on your right, you will see play. Click on it and you'll be in a position to showcase your screen on slideshow. Thank you.
while we are working on this, I'll continue with my message, and when he shows, we can proceed. Now, I will suggest about pointing out that the pandemic accelerated an aspect of reach, and we held our first virtual conference last year. The reform discussions continued, and we sought new content, and we're being asked to emphasize particular areas where Internet of Things was the most important. Okay, I think I shut up. I can see your screen.
Muted. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, I was muted. For some reason, I was muted. Okay, so sorry for these technical challenges. It happened, but we must remain resilient and thank staff for taking over. So, okay, this is the introduction to the African Secret Working Group. For those who don't know about it, so this is one of the very important and very active working groups on the continent, and you may want to learn more about it. And if you want to join it, you can also join it. Next slide. So yes, oh, there was something missing somewhere. Okay, some decision was made that until all the Africans take the African COVID vaccine, and the African vaccine is called AF Eboji Kokoro 21. So until you take that vaccine, or until you can show like your people, your network, your machines are virus free, there is no more physical AIS. That the decision has been made. If you disagree, feel free to fill an appeal with the African Council of Elders. Next slide. Then this decision of taking the AIS to virtual language has some consequences. Some people miss the travel, the food, the parties, the cake, and etc. etc. So this annual event of which allow people to travel, to have parties. So some really miss these parties. Next slide. Yeah, but some miss the T-shirt because every AIS is annual T-shirt collections. Then you collect as many as possible, you take home, and it helps your dressing policy. Next slide, please. But other people miss these kind of things. What you can see when you are in a room, when you see the queue and you see the people at the mic talking and refusing to stop, then you can feel the meeting. So some really miss this part of the AIS. Next. Yeah, but the pandemic has posed new challenges to us, and I think we really think we need to accelerate the move, okay, to be more connected, to be very more connected, because some of the fight to survive in this pandemic world requires that we have a very reliable and we are always connected, and so we have to accelerate the move to the Homo informaticus, which we hope will be also tracing origin to Africa, like Homo sapiens. Next slide. one of the things the pandemic also show, and I have said, is how are we going to, because we had a virus, and this virus is having multiple variants. How do you keep your immune system up to date? So there is a new protocol. There is a new protocol based on request and answer. Okay, so that you'll be querying, but then this run on over IPv6, and then you'll be querying, showing the DNA you have for the virus, then asking for update. And for example, if you want to have the DNA, to upgrade your immune system for the variant from UK, India, and South Africa, then the system will send you back the URL and the information where to get from. Then you have to download, your body has to download automatically and go generate the spike protein and upgrade your immune system to fight the new variant of the variant of the virus. Next slide, please. But because now we'll be carrying upgrade of our life over the network, it requires that we really follow strictly the protocol. And the good news is that the IETF has putting in place the protocol policy, and if you don't follow the standard very well, then you'll be in trouble. You'll be really in trouble. Next slide, and you may have some punishment if you are not following the policy, the standard, etc. And then your traffic may be dropped and everybody stop talking to you. Next, and probably the end of this report, and I hope I see you all safe next year. Thank you, Prof.
We left off, but interesting. While we're trying to replace institutions with protocols, somebody is trying to replace virus with protocols. But nonetheless, we'll continue. The pandemic accelerated our aspect of going virtual, and reform discussions continue. And the advice was to emphasize some of the new programs we had at the time, which is Internet of Things and blockchain and AI, with particular interest in natural languages. From the report we got this morning, we were informed 5 virtual tutorials were held, including IoT and blockchain. In this regard, thanks to Pinda and others, we've had 2 days hands-on blockchain tutorials since 2017. Similarly, with IoT, with the help of Uli Reich, some of my colleagues from my experimental physics hats in the past, we've also had 2 days hands-on IoT tutorials since 2018. And the students even received kits to take home. Interestingly, Vint found support for us on this one. On natural language translation, we took some initiatives, but it seems we are not yet ready. As among other things, we seem to need a lot of data to do a good job, which we don't confidently have yet. We should stimulate language communities to build data sets usable for training of models, considering the very large number of languages we have that may go extinct if we don't take some effective action soon. And I just note thanks to Steve Crocker for re-emphasizing this issue last year when he visited us. Today's discussions have added more to our thoughts, and clearly we are making some progress. We still have an open call for volunteers to either work on different things or to host AFNOG. And we would like to see more volunteers, and please that you also take AFNOG home. In other words, try and share whatever you've experienced here with someone else. With that, I'd like to find out if, Alain, you have some comments, because you were the moderator and chair for this area of reform activity at AFNOG.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I was the moderator this year, helping the secretariat to organize some of these remote sections. And if you allow me, I think if any of the track leaders are around and want to say something, then we may not allow them to do. So from, as you said, from from 2019, we started looking at the future of AFNOG. Okay, without knowing that the pandemic will be coming to stretch the need for the evolutions. And last year, due to the pandemic, we did not have any sections on the workshop itself. Okay, but we did have a panel last year on how do we transform AFNOG, especially the work. Okay, both the tutorial meeting and workshop, but I think the concern were more around the workshop, because as for the tutorial and the meeting, I think we're well covered for the workshop. And we thought that the transition should have been easy, because most of the hands-on we do at AFNOG these days are already virtual. So most of the track run on over virtual machines built on some Mac Minis and all the kind of things. Then we thought we'll be able to run some of the tracks at least for 1 or 2 days. But we end up having 2 to 4 days. Some of the things, I think it's very it went very well, and feedback we got from the track leaders and the instructors. So we hope that next year we will be able, either go back to face-to-face, and or if not, then we will be able to run some of the tracks, with the hands-on, because in this region, people still need the hands-on, after they understand the principle, but people still need the hands-on, so that we can do that. So we will start preparing early for that, and then we will not, have to rush and do last-minute things. What also we're also considering is that we run maybe every quarter, because this year each of the track for 2 hours they did not cover everything we're supposed to do. So maybe every quarter. So for those who are ready, then nothing prevents us from having maybe 4 hours, 3 hours, and take one of the topics again and for the track, and then go through it. So prepare, because if we don't have activities, because we've gone virtual and we lost track of some of the people, even when we're trying to resume, we may have challenges. So this is what I want to add at this stage. I don't see any hand off on any of the instructors, any of the track leaders. So I'll hand over to you for now. Okay, I see Isabel. Prof, there is Isabel Odinda.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay. Yeah, we had a queue. We have an active queue now. We have 2 people in there. So
please proceed.
Yeah. Okay, Isabel.
This is e-track, and this year it was actually stressful. As much as we managed to keep participants online throughout the hours, it was quite hard trying to figure out, how do we give them value? Also, what do we keep and what do we leave out from what we were going to deliver? And indeed, it's going to be very difficult transforming this into virtual tracks. And it will be very difficult to figure it out, because these are advanced tracks, and also there's a lot of hands-on work. So things like troubleshooting will be very difficult. And even the time that we were given, because we had a day for each track and 2 to 4 hours, and we thought keeping people online for a whole 4 hours would be difficult. But also in that 2 hours that we would then work with, it would be very hard for us to deliver as much as we would want to. So we had to cut on a lot of content, but also try so hard to figure out what we would give them to make them feel like it was worth it for them. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Prof, I think I saw Stefan. Stefan was on the queue, but I think Stefan had dropped. So, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I'm still here. So yeah, thank you for the efforts and for all what is being done. I would like also to recommend that AFNOG shouldn't only wait for the AIS to organize some of these workshops and maybe webinars. Maybe the internet is open at all time, so AFNOG should be live at all time as well. So we should be able to have more sessions, not only during the AIS, but throughout the year. So we could like organize and have a call for some of these activities and planify and run them throughout the year as well. So that's
okay. Thank you.
I wanted to chip in.
Oh, thank you. I think the Reform Committee did capture that, and it was proposed that every 3 months or so, we'll find out what the instructors are able to carve out into a coherent piece so that we can try and have intersessional workshop sessions. Okay, so let me just quickly try and conclude so that we don't go beyond. We do understand that the first time of moving 40 hours of hands-on material into 4 hours will not be straightforward, but I think that is what we are good for. And I'd like to thank everyone for the engagement. Our mission is very simple. Technology should not be a barrier for adoption, and that applies to all the internet and enabled technologies. I'd like to thank our organizers, AFNOG and AFRINIC, for getting started, and our moderators and speakers for giving us very clear and sharp messages, and of course for the participants for their engagement. Please, let's continue to pay attention to the new technologies, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you again in 2022. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Merci, Monsieur Alain Aina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alain Aina.
Donnez-moi quelques secondes.
Sorry, if you will just give me a couple of seconds. The interpreter cannot hear the speaker in French. There seems to be a sound interruption. Okay. Interpreter into English cannot hear the speaker. I can see her speak, but I do not have a source.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Excusez-moi.
Can you hear me now? I'm very sorry about that. Yes.
Oui,
Says the interpreter. We can hear the speaker now.
Okay. So allow me to close this session in English. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today during this session. Today was the AFNOG Day. So tomorrow we will be having the AF Star Day and now another session to look for. We will also have the AAS 21 virtual welcome cocktail that will take place at the end of tomorrow meeting at 1:20 UTC. The link will be posted on the chat. Log into a special chat and bring your cocktail. I would also like to thank all our sponsors of AIS 21, namely for our connectivity sponsor, MTEL Mauritius, translation and captioning sponsor, Flexotix, inclusivity and diversity sponsor, Africa, other sponsors, ICANN, Internet Society, ISOC, and DNS Africa. You can meet those sponsors virtually on the social chat platform. The link will be posted shortly on the chat. Our survey is now open, and the link will also be shared on the ICON chat, so you can stand a chance to win a little surprise. The winner will be announced on Thursday, 3rd June during the break. It has been a pleasure for me to be VMC during the AFNOG Day. Thank you to all our moderators, speakers, and participants. You may now, at your own convenience, exit the room. Thank you.